Welcome to No Fugazee Podcast. I'm your host, Cooley. Tonight is debate review, and also we are reacting to the Lindsay Clancy case and all of the radical left talking points. Let's go. Understand out the door. All right, chat. Welcome back to No Fugazee Podcast. I am your host, Cooley. Let's see what we got here. Let's see if the audio is working good. Looks like the audio is working good. Put a 1 in the chat if you guys can hear me properly. Put a 2 in the chat if you can't. But we are currently live right now on YouTube, Facebook, and Kick. And we will be reacting to the debate with Dyer versus Marquett. And then also we'll be going over some of the content that the left put out, some of the content creators that the left put out in regards to the Lindsay Clancy case. So that's what we'll be going over tonight. As you come in, get the likes up, subscribe to the YouTube channel, click that bell icon so you're notified of when we go live. First and foremost, though, we got a few links in the YouTube description. First link is going to be for the members. If you like the channel and you want to support it and watch it grow, become a member. We got 3 tiers. First tier is Gang. Second tier is Hitman. Third tier is Mob Ties. You join any of those tiers, you are welcome to the cookout. Shouts out to the mods in the chat and the members in the chat with Kid Dream. We got Tiger in here early. I see you in here, man. Who else we got in here as far as the members? Let me see. All right, got a couple new folks in here too. All right, looks good. So, me and Marquett have beef. We're no longer friends. And we will shoot the fade. It won't be with boxing gloves. It will be bare knuckle. So these are facts. No, I'm joking, of course. That's the homie. He hit me the other day. He's like, hey, Cooley, looks like, some folks online, they want to start up some drama. Let's play into it a little bit. I said, listen, dog. I'm a bad actor. I can't play into it, but I will do a stream and I'll keep it no fugazi. I give my perspective on everything. But no, there's no beef between me and Marquett. Sometimes certain content creators like to play into things, for their own reasons or own motives. Not really sure. But me, I keep it no fugazi here, and I'm not a good actor anyway. I sucked. I always suck in acting. Back in the day, I used to do music, and in my music videos, I had like little acting scenes. I'm like, man, this is trash. Let me hire someone else to do the acting scene for me because I can't act. But anyways, we'll be reviewing the debate with Marquett and Dyer. We're going to hop into that first, and then we're going to hop into the Lindsay Clancy case, the crazy mother that offed her 3 children, and you got people on the left on social media, tons of women, thousands of women, it's probably millions of women that are siding with this crazy woman. It's so crazy, man. But we'll get into that. We'll watch some clips. We'll react to it. First, let's hop into the debate review with Jay and Marquett. Now, we're not going to review the entire video because it was streamed on my channel. Why would I review the entire video? Since it was streamed on my channel, we're just going to review certain parts of it, right? Which I thought that really highlighted the important parts of the debate, which we can all take something from. Now, first and foremost, this was a debate that I was extremely excited for. When you guys would send me messages right in the comment section on Instagram, Facebook, even YouTube, even on X, and my X follower account is extremely low, but you guys asked for it, and then I went ahead and made it happen. It was a simple debate to make happen, but these 2 guys agreed to it right off the bat. And I was excited for it because Marquett he's a good friend. And then Dyer, he's, someone that I'm getting to know. I've met him once. We share of course, a similar view and ideas and beliefs as far as Christianity. Marquett is, I mean, we talk every now and then on just life stuff. And, you know, we share the same culture. I believe he's a foundational Black American. I am myself. So we share that culture. So it's like, okay, this would be an interesting debate. Two guys that I have respect for debating. So for me to moderate is like, all right, I got to go in here and be unbiased. And I think I was. I think the comments showed that I was extremely unbiased. But not only that, when you're moderating a debate like this, as far as my belief of Christianity, I want to get the best people that I think that can challenge Christianity. Like, why else, you know, host debates and moderate and debate myself if I don't want to get the best people, the best opponents to challenge Christianity, to challenge my belief system. And I thought Marquett would do a great job at that. So I'm going to go ahead and just go over a little bit, like before we even play the clip, I'm going to basically go over a few things, you know, that happened in the debate so we don't have to pretty much watch it all. So I'll summarize portions of the debate and then we'll get into some of these clips that we're going to react to. Let me actually pull up this one clip here. It's going to be one of the first clips that we got. Let's see. All right. Yeah, this is one of the clips that we're going to react to. All right. So before we get into this, let's speak about Marquett. Super intelligent guy. You know, as far as my audience, you guys are, you know, a lot of you tend to be. Actually, I got a mixed audience. I got a lot of atheists in my audience, so I'm not really sure, but I guess I'm growing a Christian base, right? But I got a lot of atheists in my audience as well, too. The people that think that Marquett is like dumb or intelligent, you're just highly incorrect. Homie is super intelligent and super smart. And you seen him on whatever, you know, he, you know, made feminists look crazy. You seen him on Fresh and Fit. You know, he does his thing as far as, you know, debating on there. I think that this format and this style of debating where it's organized, where it's, you know, 15-minute cross-examination on both parts, I think that his audience is new to seeing him in a debate format like this. So then if you're always seeing your guy, right? Like how I started the podcast off that day, I said, this is final boss versus final boss as far as their fan base. That's how their fan base views them. So his audience, they view him as the final boss, and they've always seen him have full control over a debate. As far as I know, I actually never seen him in a formal debate. But they seen him, you know, debate people on YouTube and stuff like that, where he has control of the tools and it's not really organized. It's basically he's controlling everything. So this is different to his audience because they get to see him in a more formal debate structure where there's a opening statement, there's, you know, cross-examination, there's open dialogue, then there's closing statements. So I think that since that part is new, his audience, some of them may consider it to be biased in some way. I'm not sure where, but, you know, I guess that's what they think. But with this debate prompt, is Christianity true and good for all people? Let's just summarize this up real quick. You know, Dyer in his opening statement, he utilized the transcendental argument for Christianity to prove that it is true. Then he speaks about the benefits of Christianity and the ideas and values and beliefs that produces good in society. Like I believe he mentioned hospitals and also modern science. So Jay Dyer had a structured argument within his opening statement that gave an account for the true and the good. So he argued the prompt. Versus Marquett, his style of it was to abandon the first half of the prompt, which was, is Christianity true? And focus on, is Christianity, that basically Christianity isn't good for black people. And he also went on to speak about the history as well, how Christian merchants was discriminating towards blacks, Christian theologians creating racial hierarchies and putting blacks below other people, slavery, and things of that sort. So the key thing in it all is that I think Marquett took more of a pragmatist way to avoid speaking about the big ideas and the strict theories of things. But if that's the case, well, how do we know what is good without speaking about the ideas of good? How do we know about speaking about the good if we avoid the ideas and what we actually think is good? Like, it's going to be very difficult to take the pragmatist view when you're looking at things. It's also going to be a little difficult when you're taking that standpoint in debating a prompt, is Christianity true and good for all people? Because, well, what's the true and the good? You need to give an account of the true and the good. So these religious and philosophical debates, they kind of always get into epistemology and metaphysics. And how do we know metaphysics and ethics? It gets into all of them because all of our worldviews consist of epistemology, metaphysics, and ethics. Every worldview. You may disagree with it, but your worldview, it does assume the good versus the bad. It does assume time, space, and ideas. It does assume all of these other things, like how do we know things? So I know within that debate, Marquett, I guess his strategy was to avoid the bigger ideas of things and strict theories of things, and just to speak about the historical facts of things. And it's hard to debate like that because it's almost like when I was listening to it live, and I actually didn't watch it back, only I was moderating it. So I was just listening to the openings then. Well, if we're speaking about Christianity is ideas, values, and beliefs. Christians are the people that act out those ideas, values, and beliefs. So it can be Christians that say they're Christians and they don't act out those ideas, values, and beliefs according to Christianity. Like, that's the thing, right? So at one moment in the debate, he said that he's not even arguing against Christianity. So it's like, and like, me moderating it, I'm looking at it like, well, come on, bro. Like, I'm looking for some great arguments. I'm looking for, you to truly attack, because Jay Dyer is a great defender of Christianity. Like, give him a huge challenge. That's what I'm looking for when I was moderating it. From a friend's perspective, like, you're looking at that. This is why also in one area throughout the debate where it was like an impasse where it was Marquett's time to cross-examine Jay. I'm like, well, it seems like it really didn't get resolved because Marquett isn't satisfied with Jay Dyer's answer. The reason why Marquett wasn't satisfied with Jay Dyer answer because Jay Dyer actually didn't answer the question because the question was fallacious, right? He was making certain logical fallacies, I believe the genetic fallacy, and that's simply if, you're speaking about the historical events, Christians did some bad things, some Christians did some bad things here, bad things happen. This doesn't actually mean that the idea and the system is actually bad or untrue, right? And that was the correlation or the argument that it seemed like Marquett was making, even though he said that he wasn't. This is why I was like, you know what? Let's spend about 2 to 3 minutes on this section, and let's see if you guys can hash this out a little bit more. So this was actually me giving him extra time to fully elucidate his position. But then, of course, when it came down to Jay Dyer's cross-examination, to be fair, I allowed him an extra 2 to 3 minutes as well. But yeah, man, let me look at the chats real quick. Let me get to you guys. We got a lot of people in here. A lot of people on Facebook too. I think we got over 400 people on YouTube. A lot of people on Facebook. Come in here, man. I may even open it up for debate night to get some of you guys in here to debate amongst, maybe amongst one another, amongst me, on the arguments that was made on both sides, right? Altogether, I think, they're both winners. Marquett actually debated Jay Dyer, which is a great opponent in Christianity, or formidable opponent within Christianity and Christian ethics and stuff. And then Jay Dyer got a chance to debate Marquett, someone that is respected in his realm of beliefs and thinking, right? So I think that it was winners on both sides. Someone says, Cooley is coping for Marquett. Well, it's not a cope. I see you in here, Dane. It is, Dane, funny. Jay could have beaten Marquett even on the history and accounts as well, but Jay has no obligation to grant Marquett his axioms. That is true, 100% true. And we're going to get into that too. We're definitely going to get into that. Now, it's not a cope for Marquett. What I'm letting you guys know is that I was in the same position. Like, I've had debates that I thought I was prepared for, but I actually wasn't fully prepared for. Like, I had many debates like that. For example, I debated Tilly, and Destiny, the Coomer Gremlin, was the moderator. So in that type of debate, if you guys watch that, it was actually a 2 versus 1. Like, actually a 2 versus 1, where Destiny would actually ask me questions during the debate, but didn't ask anyone else, didn't ask her questions at all. But that debate, I was prepared for it too. I obliterated her arguments, and I think I had the position. I think that truth was on my side, but I think I had moments in that debate that I lacked. And the moments that I lacked in the Tilly debate was philosophy. It was giving an account for my worldview, the good, the true. And I was kind of like, I started to kind of dive into philosophy a little bit more, and epistemology, and fully know how to ground my beliefs. Before I knew how to fully ground my beliefs, I had that debate. So I was like, semi-good at it, right? Semi-good. So I did good enough to make it through where it was like, yeah, you still won, but as far as optics and argumentation, you lacked a little bit, right? So I'm just being empathetic here to understand that for Marquett's side, he actually admitted that he didn't have an account for the good. And when you admit, that you don't have a justification or a point of reference for the good, well, so then he basically has nothing to judge the other person's system of the good. That's what happened. That was like the key moment in the debate for a lot of people. It's like, well, you come to a debate and you want to take the pragmatist route, which is a cool route to take, but you're gonna have to get deep into ideas and systems of beliefs, especially when the prompt is about the true and the good. It's gonna come down to epistemology. That's just what it's gonna come down to. And for the low IQ individuals that says, well, we know what is good. No, you don't. And we know what is good is not an argument or a justification for the good itself. It's like if you're up against the LGBTQ plus community and you ask them, is homosexuality good? They're going to say, yes, it's good. And then if you ask them, well, why is it good? They're going to utilize some secular system to justify the good. Normally it's going to be utilitarianism and the harm principle. And they're going to say something like, well, homosexuality is good because as long as there's consent and there's no harm, it's good. Well, an argument like that is silly and dumb to make because harm is subjective. Well, they would have to give an account for, well, what is harm and what isn't harm. But that's going to be very hard to do because what may be harmful to you may not be harm to another. So, utilitarianism and the harm principle reduces down to your own subjective preferences. It's a very relative position to take, and it's easy to defeat. So if someone says, well, homosexuality is good, and they say, well, because of it, as long as there's consent and it produces no harm, you can refute that by saying, well, basically, then it reduces down to your preferences. So does that mean that you're the ultimate arbiter of the good? They normally are going to say, well, yeah, like it's subjective, like morals and stuff is subjective to me. Then I am the ultimate arbiter to what is good. Well, then you can make many different arguments that Andrew Wilson makes. Well, if there's a woman that gives consent to her husband after she dies to sleep with her, and he can sleep with her up until the point where there's no harm. Well, this checks off both of the harm principle because there's consent and there is no harm due to on the husband. So then it's giving a moral ought that it's actually good for humans to commit necrophiliac. You see how crazy the position can be broken down? So during the debate, when Marquett admitted that he doesn't have a system that can give an account for the good, that's when most of the audience just was like, I mean, all right. They was like, all right, man, this is basically over. But enough said. Let's go ahead and react to some clips. We're going to play it on a faster speed here so we can go ahead and react to this, and we'll break it down. So here is one moment in the debate where I think that was very telling. Actually, let's get to it. It was about the good. So let's get to that. I think it was around here.
If we've both been to university, we've taken courses in history, and if I reference
that's
something,
irrelevant.
Well, who's the author? Who's the author? Who said that?
Do you understand why you footnote?
You're not engaging the actual argument. You're actually trying to attack the source of the information.
I don't think that you actually.
If you're saying that I'm making up something, that's a different thing.
He doesn't have a source. I want everybody to see that he's referring. You understand? You might be true.
One second. Are you suggesting that?
All right, fellas. Let's create some decorum here, fellas. Let's just create a little bit decorum.
Are you suggesting that?
Real quick, Marquett. Okay, and I know. I say shout out to Jay Dyer too. I guess his clip guy made a clip of me saying decorum like 11 times. In fact, I said it about 13 times, so his clip guy was inaccurate. Let's create some decorum. And yes, you can create decorum. You can say, let's create some decorum or let's have some decorum. That is the accurate way to speak about decorum. So for the idiots in the comments, I've seen some of you guys in there, right? Seen some of you guys in there saying that he's using decorum wrong. No, I'm actually using it right. Actually, this wasn't the section that I wanted to review. We are going to get to that section in a moment. This section, actually, let's go over this a little bit because this section was when Jay Dyer asked Marquett to give me your source. So let's bring it back here.
Orthodox Christianity. There are examples of Orthodox Christianity. You look at the Romanian principalities of Wallachia and Moldavia.
Did you just Google that?
My hands are right here. How can I Google? You haven't
Your
seen me
hands
typing
were
at all.
Googling a minute ago. What do you mean? Like,
focus on what I just said. Don't run. You're running away and saying, oh, well, they don't count.
That's an assertion.
Now,
what's the source?
You can search the source yourself.
So the source is Google, ChatGPT?
Are you... Your Bible, and this is why I don't reference the scripture, because it's so unreliable that you have both the abolitionist and the slaveholder using the Bible and Christianity to justify violently contradictory positions. For example, now here's the comedy. In the case of the slaveholder, they have specific scripture they can reference that justifies slavery, whereas the abolitionist actually has to use Christian principles as opposed to specific scripture. So what you're doing is quite disingenuous. And the reason I try not to
speeding it up for you guys, chat. Don't worry.
Debate religion is because it requires you to lie. It requires.
So I want you guys, the people that are in this debating space, to understand that when there's a cross-examination, this is the time where you try not to filibuster. You try not to, obfuscate or speak about things that doesn't have to do with your specific argument. A cross-examination is one person on the offense, the other person on the defense, and you're supposed to utilize that time to fully make your argument clean and concise to destroy the other person's position. And you need to ask questions like, if the debate is structured around cross-examination, you need to have at least 10 questions ready. And all of these questions that you have to be good questions. You have to have good reasons for asking your questions so you can have follow-up arguments. So you can do your line of argumentation to maybe catch someone in a logical fallacy, catch someone in a contradiction, or fully refute their claim within the debate. And I think that during the cross-examination time, I don't think that Marquett was fully prepared for it, because he was speaking at one point and I'm like, bruh, you don't have to answer any Dyer questions. Like, you can just ask questions, right? This is your time to ask questions and to make arguments so you can fully try to pin your opponent down. He's not here. So, I'm basically going to ask questions too. And the type of questions that Dyer asked, though, was clarification questions, which you can do. So if someone asks you a question, you can ask them to clarify it. So let's watch a little bit of this.
You to lie to justify your deeply held beliefs. I yield the floor.
Yeah, it's a non sequitur because...
So like that right there, yielding the floor, you don't do that in a cross-examination. Like, you don't ever yield the floor in a cross-examination. So for all of the debaters, the people that are part of the Saints and Marquett crew, understand that it wasn't anything that I was doing to make anything unfair. It was that he just wasn't fully prepared for this type of debate. And that's okay, man. I've been there myself.
Even if you admit that the Bible is unclear, then, and you would be admitting that by saying that neither group can demonstrate which one's right or wrong, you would then be admitting that the Bible doesn't clearly teach your position, and so you can't actually refer to Ephesians. So that's another fallacy. It's a non sequitur.
That's incorrect. I'm not admitting that I never claimed that the Bible drives my position. I stated that the actions of Christians have led to enslavement, genocide, apartheid, and much else. History is replete with examples.
I don't think you understood.
You're engaging you're being a metaphysician, and I'm more so on the side of the historian.
So here's the point where Marquett couldn't understand the level of question Dyer was asking, but he didn't even have to get there if he didn't yield the floor to Dyer. Like, what are you? Don't concede any of your time. You use this time to put his back against the wall and to ask questions, to flush out your argument, to make him look crazy, to make, Christianity seem absurd. I thought that he was going to maybe utilize scripture to then show that, well, within the scripture, it isn't actually good because of this, that, and the third, and then back it up with his system of belief to say that, well, my system of belief is superior. But he abandoned the strategy, at least that I thought he would have, but he abandoned that. He took a different strategy. So let's continue on.
More so on the side of the historian. And so what I'm challenging to you is to acknowledge that systems of oppression have been justified directly with Christianity. I'm not suggesting that they were correct in their interpretations. Like, frankly, I don't care. I'm saying that it is so consistent that we see Christians behaving in this way that we have to ask, if it's a system for good, why is it not consistently producing enough good to contend with genocide, apartheid, colonization, land theft?
Again, I keep highlighting specific lines of argumentation that I'm disagreeing with, that you're presenting a fallacious line of argumentation. And the reason that I have to call that out is that if I'm going to answer it, you can't trap me with a fallacious line of argument that's attempting to then make me look like I'm affirming something absurd. So that's why we have to do logic, and logic isn't metaphysics, by the way. They're two different things. So when I say that that's a fallacy, which was a genetic fallacy earlier, and I'm saying now you're saying that the Bible was unclear, but then you cited the Bible for why you were arguing for that it promotes slavery. So
no,
is it unclear that
the Bible promoted slavery? I was pointing out the historical fact that both sides utilize the Bible, and that is clarification that it is a tool that can be utilized both for good and evil.
Would you say
your suggestion that Christianity is a tool of good? I'm saying
if it's unclear,
if you would be honest, if you'd be honest about history, even if you look at apartheid in South Africa and you look at the Dutch, they specifically used theology of their church to justify the.
So here's a part in the debate where it was a bad line of argument on Marquett's end. If you're going to say that, well, Christianity is bad because we see Christians use it for, different reasons than these other Christians, some produce some bad and some is good. Well, this would mean that Christianity, are you saying that Christianity itself is unclear? And he doesn't have to answer that question. So this part, he did good to just evade Jay Dyer's question, because you don't got to answer that on your time.
Control of Black Africans in the subjugation.
Yeah, I get where you're going, but you're not understanding the line of argument. That's my response, which is, if you're admitting that the Bible is unclear, then how can you say that the foundational documents and teaching of the religion promote slavery? Maybe it does.
Again, you keep saying that. That's a straw man. I never made that argument. What I'm talking to you about is not, is not the thinking or the claims or even the scripture. What I'm talking to you about are the outcomes, the behaviors, and what has been demonstrated by Christians and their church.
But you argued that the scriptures are unclear on this.
Focus on what I just said. Don't run.
So this part, right? Jay Dyer is still trying to understand, because he did say in his opening and stuff like that, and earlier within the cross-examination for his time, he said that the scriptures was unclear. So if it's unclear, like scriptures itself is unclear, then how can you say that, well, this group using it for slavery is wrong? And it's because of Christianity, if Christianity is unclear.
How am I running?
You're running because I told you my argument is about the actions of Christians.
Yeah, but it's a fallacy because it's relying on something that was ambiguous and doesn't.
That's not a fallacy, sir.
It is. If it's unclear, if the texts are unclear, the foundational texts are unclear, how are you concluding
You're talking
that?
about the Bible. I'm talking about the actions of Christians.
But Christianity.
You keep running. We know what I'm talking about. You're pretending you don't understand.
Christianity is no, I understand.
Okay, well then act like it and address what I said instead of trying to run and falsely claim logical fallacies.
How am I falsely claiming? I don't even think you understand. Could you restate what I'm saying?
You know what I'm asking you. I'm asking you
can't
to
say,
no, don't play games. See,
I'm not playing a game.
No, don't play games. What I'm asking you to do is to address the fact that on a consistent basis, we can see organized efforts of Christians doing great evil in the world. I see you've not acknowledged any of the evil. You've not condemned it at all. And somehow you're trying to escape what I'm talking about.
Yeah, that's not true.
I'm asking you to address it.
I listed cases of evil. So how is that? That's not true.
Well, address what I just asked you.
Again, like if the argument is based on a fallacy, I can't address something that is a fallacious line of argument. It's a fallacious question. So it's assuming that that Christianity is ambiguous, but you're also saying that it teaches slavery.
No, I did not say Christianity.
Now, this was good on Jay Dyer's part, because under Marquett's cross-examination, Jay Dyer is still able to do an internal critique based off of Marquett's position. This is why when you're doing a cross-examination and you're asking questions, you have to ask good questions. You have to have good arguments that isn't fallacious, that's sound, that's concise, and also that the conclusion adds up. So again, prior to it, he was making the debate isn't about Christians, right? The debate is about Christianity being true and good. That there's a distinction between Christianity and Christians. Even within Christianity, they make those distinctions. Right? So, and also, even though you're a Christian, it doesn't mean that you're going to be perfect. I think that a lot of times the type of questions that Marquett was asking was looking for some sort of protection or grandiose outcomes, like very good outcomes that would basically solidify Christianity being good. But within Christianity doctrine, we have free will. So there's always going to be people that obey and disobey. No system of belief or any religion are going to have all good outcomes. Even if it's secular, if there's a secular belief, like I think Marquett, he's secular. I'm not really sure. We haven't really spoke about that, but it seems that it's that way, that he takes on more of a secular belief structure. Even within the secular beliefs, the atheists, China, right? They're pretty secular. They're secularist over there. Well, you're not going to have great outcomes in any belief. Christianity is true because it speaks about how God created the world and the purpose of why God created the world and the purpose for us being here, right? So even if it's the case that Christians, like if I was Jay in this moment, Jay, he argued it properly by doing an internal critiquing Marquett's questions on logical fallacies. Like he argued that part, but he could have just said, and I think he does say it at some moment in the debate. Actually, he does say it. Okay, Christians did bad things. All right, now what? What does that have to do with Christianity? Right? He could have said it right here as well, but it's like, which means that Marquett has to make arguments about Christianity, not about Christians doing bad things. Bro, Christians do bad things, Muslims do bad things, atheists do bad things. Everyone that believes in Marquettism or they're part of the saints, Peace of the Saints, by the way. Everybody that believes in his organization and what he has going on. Let's say if his organization and what he has going on, there's people that disobey his rules, regulations, and commands in his, organization. Well, does that mean that, Marquettism is bad? No, that doesn't mean that. That means that the people that was under this organization, they didn't follow it. Right? So, and it could be the case that it is bad. It could be the case that Christianity is. It could be the case that all of these actually systems are bad, but you need to demonstrate that with using a different line of argument. Not speaking about, it's impossible to make the argument from a historical perspective that the idea and the values and systems of belief is bad. It's nonsensical. You just can't bridge that gap. Jay Dyer kept asking him to bridge that gap, but he couldn't. A different approach is to take more of the Muslim approach. When you see the Muslims versus Christians, they actually get into the scripture. Let's get into the system of belief and the ideas and the values, and let's see actually what is good. I thought he was going to maybe take that approach, but it was more of a pragmatist approach where it just doesn't work in these religious philosophical debates. It just doesn't work.
Christianity is ambiguous. I just said
you said that multiple times in the Bible.
You keep going back to the Bible again. Everyone's listening to you. Did you say you're running to scripture when I'm talking about the behaviors of Christians. For example, I referenced the Dutch Reformed Church. They developed theological defenses of apartheid. You can see scholar Johan Theron on that one. So what I'm asking you is if Christians and their church.
Yeah, it just went out. Hey, real quick. Do you want to extend this out of like
this man
3-5 minutes?
This man answered no questions. He tried his best.
And this is me, right? Some people would say, Cooley, you is a bad moderator. This is actually me being very observant and 100% dedicated in the debate and seeing that Marquett actually wasn't satisfied with this cross-examination. And he wasn't satisfied with Jay Dyer. He thought that Jay Dyer was evading the questions, but Jay Dyer wasn't. He was just saying that it was fallacious. And this is me like, you know what? Let's give like 2 to 3 minutes. Let's see if we can flush this out.
To basically bog down the discussion.
Why
I don't
are you trying to waste
understand. You
time?
don't understand.
It's
We
not
don't
your time,
understand.
dude. You're done. Why are you wasting time?
Yeah, so real quick, I got you guys real quick. So Marquett was asking a question. Jay Dyer, from my understanding, he was saying that it was a fallacious question. This is why he couldn't answer it. But it is, real quick, Jay Dyer, it is Marquett's time for the cross-examination. So if you could address the question in a way where it can then satisfy his cross-examination. I understand your position, but you'll have your 15 minutes to address that on your time.
Yeah.
So meaning that I was looking for Jay to just like grant it and say, okay, Christians did bad things. Now what? Right? Because I knew that, and he did that. Like Jay did that later on in the debate. But I'm like, well, I think I can bridge this gap here because Marquett is like, he's not answering the question, which in actuality, he isn't answering the question, but it's for good reason. But then I'm thinking like, well, Jay could answer the question because it's not gonna really like do anything to Jay's position. And also then Jay has his 15 minutes to cross-examine him. So I'll just let this play out for 2 more minutes here.
Sure. Go ahead, ask it again.
What I just said, the last thing I said before the time ran out. That's what we're on.
Remind me what it was.
A guy as smart as you, you're a really deep thinker. I mean, why
are you bringing insults? I
just said a guy as smart as you. You're a really deep thinker. What I'm saying is that you're highly intelligent. You know what I said. You understand perfectly well.
Now, I would say Marquett did an excellent job at with rhetoric and his tactics within the debate, as far as maybe when it was times where he lost his train of thought, he would then use rhetoric to show that he didn't lose his train of thought. Maybe I kind of seen through it like, maybe you forgot your own question, maybe you didn't, or maybe you're just gonna maybe use some rhetoric to kind of like waste time to try to maybe like gather up some more information so you can utilize during his cross-examination. But I do believe that some of the tactics was good, and the way Marquett communicates is good because he does it in a way where he fully explain things and how I'm trying to say it is because I'm just thinking back on the debate. Homie would explain things in a way and he would have moments of talking fast but then talking slow, and it was strategic almost where he would talk slow at times where he wouldn't want Jay to get a point out. I'm like, oh, this is a good strategy. I need to use that strategy. I never used that. Moments of talking fast, like different levels of this, the speed of vocabulary. He would make it fast and then slow it down to talk over the person, but still be getting the question or his perspective out. I'm like, this is actually good. It's a good little strategy to other tactics. All of these tactics could be useful, right?
You can't restate it. People do this in debates all the time.
Yeah.
You can't restate the question?
For the 5th time, huh?
Yeah, fine. For the 10th time. It doesn't matter. Restate it, please. You want me to say that that Christians have done wrong actions? I already admitted that in the opening statement. Yes, they have.
You ready for a question?
And this is another strategy. He's like, you ready for the question? This is to show like, all right, like I'm the boss here. Like I got the high ground. You got the low ground, little buddy. Chill out. I'll ask the question when I ask the question. So this is another tactic to maybe show a hierarchy. And it could work, but for me, I try to stay away from doing stuff like that.
Ask it. I'm waiting.
If the church consistently, the history is replete with examples, creates, interprets, modifies theology to justify wrongdoing, please explain how the church and Christianity is a source of good.
See, you see that? That's the pivotal moment, right? Please explain how the church and Christianity is good. It's like it's like a form of, what's the logical fallacy? Equivocation. It's a way of equivocating, because equivocating is you use a word that has different meanings, and he's using Christians and Christianity to say that Christianity is bad. But he's not really using Christianity. He's only really using Christians to say that Christianity is bad. So it's like equivocating in a way where when I was even listening to the debate, I'm like, well, this is why it seems like you're making a genetic fallacy. Because if Christians do bad, that doesn't mean that the entire system of Christianity is bad. Right? It's like saying when Jay spoke about the 2 plus 2 equaling 4. And that's a perfect analogy to make sense of all of this. Well, it is true that we do have a system of math, right? And 2 plus 2 does equal 4. And humans can say that 2 plus 2 equals 5. Those humans would be misusing mathematics. This does not mean, it has no bearing on math itself and 2 plus 2 actually equaling 4. Make sense? And that just maps on to, for the low IQ people in the chat, just think about mathematics and then think about Christianity, right? Christianity, values, beliefs, ideas. Mathematics is systems of, is logical systems, right? So both things are systems. People using those things, misusing those things, it doesn't necessarily mean that the system is bad, wrong, or false. That would be a genetic fallacy. And it could be that the system of math or Christianity is bad or false, but you would have to use a different line of argument to determine if the system is actually bad. Instead of arguing the actions, you need to argue the system itself, the system of Christianity, the ideas, the beliefs, the values. Marquett again took the pragmatist standpoint to just argue the actions and the outcomes instead of the ideas, values, and beliefs. Like I always say this on my podcast, manipulation tends to happen when you focus on the effects instead of getting to the root cause of things, right? Well, and Marquett does a great job at this, at, debating other things. Like I heard Marquett, he'll debate these feminists, and these feminists will make these weak arguments like, well, men and women are equal and all of these things. And Marquett will go to the root of things. Well, biology says different. Men are physically stronger. Men have better reflexes, more grip strength. Men tend to be more logical and analytical, have better spatial awareness, right? So what you're saying, just like you feel what I'm saying? Like Marquett, he knows how to make an argument. He knows how to make an abstract argument to get to the root of things. But when you're speaking about philosophy, the ideas, it gets more abstract than just the physical biology, right? But let's continue on.
We can see that it consistently is doing this.
Again, Christianity condemns wrong actions anywhere that it occurs, and you've just assumed that in all of these instances, everything is a blanket wrong action, and I'm not going to admit that because these are specific cases, and also I'm not bound by the Dutch church, so why would I care what the church is?
Well, we can switch in various examples. I just want to make sure that, are you engaging the no true Scotsman fallacy, basically saying that those are not real Christians?
No, you're arguing against.
That was a good point. That was something very good for Marquett to point out. Are you arguing the no true Scotsman fallacy? And it would have been a no true Scotsman fallacy if Jay Dyer position would have been, well, those aren't true Christians because they don't follow this belief. Jay Dyer argument wasn't that. His argument, well, it doesn't add up to if Christianity is being bad or untrue if people do said bad actions. You know what I'm saying? That's his position. So that was a good strategy for a good thing for Marquett to point out the no true Scotsman fallacy. And if Jay Dyer would have said it that way, then that would have been a point for Marquett right there.
idea that all Christianity is Christianity. That's why I specified that I'm Orthodox. So
yes, but we started off in the beginning and you stated that you view certain groups as heretics. And I said, okay, but we then settled on the idea that if they've been baptized and they self-identify as Christians, then we'll take them as Christians for the purpose of this debate. We specifically did that. And now I'm addressing this group of Christians particularly. And now you're running away and saying, oh, well, they don't count, which again is the no true Scotsman fallacy. That's the no true Scotsman fallacy. You're saying that, well, these aren't Christians. And I look at it kind of like this. Like, for example, as a black person, there's some black people
30 seconds here, folks.
Weren't black, like Talmud Tatum. He's just not a black person I'm proud of, but I can't say he's not black. Just like you're saying that these aren't Christians. Well, these are just not Christians you're proud of, kind of like the Ku Klux Klan. So let's take the Ku Klux Klan as an example.
No, see, Marquett, he didn't say that those are Christians that he's not proud of. Again, he said that within Christianity, the system, no one's perfect. So there's always going to be Christians that are actually bad and Christians that actually follow the doctrine and they're doing some good. But no one's going to be perfect. All of us are within sin, right? So, like, we got free will under Christianity. So it's like you're not ever going to get a perfect system, like ever, in any system.
Which is a Christian organization. Can you explain
I
their
don't
actions?
affirm that heterodox organizations are Christians. I said that nominally people optically perceive them to be so, but I did not affirm that they all are in fact so for the sake of debate. No.
You did agree that if they were baptized and self-identified as Christians, that we would treat them as Christians for the purpose of this debate. So basically,
so again, Jay Dyer did elucidate his position there too. He's saying that, well, he's Orthodox Christian and there's Protestants, there's many different sects of Christians. And their interpretation of biblical scripture, of the ethics and all of these, they actually interpret things a little bit differently. Like there's Protestant Christians that believe that homosexuality is good. You know what I'm saying? So there's actually going to be some things within the text that determines, the persons or organization on what they believe to be good versus bad. Like that's just what's going to happen. So I think that a better argument or question for Marquett to ask would be, well, what makes Orthodox Christianity more moral than, other parts of Christianity? Like I think like Marquett should have just abandoned the pragmatic way and pragmatic tactic, speaking about outcomes, and just actually go to doctrine or go to tradition and attack that. But this strategy was easy for someone like Jay Dyer to, show many flaws in it.
Telling me that you're the ultimate authority on who is and who is not Christian. And so in doing that, what you're able to do is to reduce the number of persons whom we can address and assess their behavior as Christians. Because you're saying, well, they're not.
Yeah, but I have every right to do that because I'm here to defend Orthodox Christianity. So
okay, let's stop it there, folks. You see, the question should have been more specific. Jay Dyer did elucidate his position and say that he's Orthodox Christianity. He also said that everybody else, they're not actually Christians. Give me 1 second here. We got some super chats in here. Let me get to some of these super chats and we'll continue on. Let's see here. Give me a second. Get some of these highlighted. And let me know if I miss any of them. Let's go here real quick. 1 second here, chat. All right. Shouts out to the Fallen One. He joined the membership for 6 months.
No Fugazee.
Appreciate the support, man. Highly appreciate it. Who else we got in here? We got Stop Playing Trey sending in $5. He says the transcript of the debate ran through an objective AI analysis, and it showed Marquett won the debate. Jay used way more logical fallacies too. So I ran the debate through an AI system myself because I seen that was done. And when you're running it through these AI systems, man, that was incorrect that Jay Dyer used more logical fallacies because most of the time Jay Dyer was doing an internal critique, and AI software does not know how to really correspond to internal critiques. It takes it as if it's true, right? So if you don't actually say this is an internal critique, what I'm about to say, then you say it, then it's going to take it as what you're saying is actually your position. So it's just wrong on that. Like if you don't add that in the AI system, it would show extremely more logical fallacies for Jay Dyer because a lot of his debating strategies was internal critiques. And if you don't know what an internal critique is, Google it, bro. We got, and also I think the AI system said that I was biased in moderation. It's AI. AI isn't objective. AI is based off of what you put into the AI system. It would give you what the results that you want. So if I want to put in, hey, here's the transcript. Hey, AI, tell me who won the debate, but make it so this person can win. Make it so this could be in there. You can do anything you want with AI. And by the way, most of these AI systems was made by the white man. Do you trust that? I think an AI system was made by a Christian. Do you trust the AI system? So don't lean over to AI. Actually learn the logical fallacies yourself so then you can determine if something is a logical fallacy or not. Also learn how debating works so you're able to observe and point out when someone is doing an internal critique and when someone is not. So I didn't see too much of the AI system that I guess someone sent to Marquett, but it was just off. I looked at a little bit of them it's not really explaining things like what was the actual logical fallacy. It's just saying multiple logical fallacies like this and that. It wasn't fully breaking it down. And it's for a lot of people in the chat, I need you guys to understand that logic, the 3 classical laws of logic, this governs our thoughts. So it's you can do this yourself, right? If you know the 3 classical laws of logic, the law of identity, the law of excluded middle, the law of non-contradiction, these govern how we think. So it's very simple to, point out a logical fallacy. You may not even know all of them, but you can see that something isn't really adding up. Okay, let me bring this up here. Got a $10 super chat from Joshua. He says, if we judge a worldview by the amount of evil committed by its followers, he would have to reject atheism, since many of the regimes responsible for worse atrocities of the 20th century were atheists. Yeah, I mean, Marquett isn't atheist. He definitely believes that there's a God. I have atheist friends. I'm cool with atheists. He's not an atheist, right? We never really spoke about this too much, but I don't think that he's an atheist at all. I'll put some money up on it. I think maybe he takes more of a deist perspective where he believes in a God, but there's really no grounding for God, or God really doesn't have any personal relationship with us, right? And if he thinks that God does have a personal relationship with us, well, what's your account of that? How do you know? What type of God is this? So within Christianity, God reveals himself to to human beings many times. One, he came in flesh form as Jesus Christ. Prior to that, he revealed himself to many individuals within biblical scriptures and provided divine revelation to us, the truth. You know, he let us know about his ontology, that he's divine, he's eternal, omniscient, omnipresent, omnipotent. He's in time and space and also outside of time and space. So these are all things that God explains within the biblical scriptures and also within some church tradition as well. But like, you know, you'll get some low IQ people that says, well, how do you know that, you know, God, the word eternal or the word omnipresent or omnipotent is not in biblical scripture. So how can you say that he's not omnipotent? What? That's silly. Just like the word Trinitarian is not in biblical scriptures, but we can point out many scriptures that explains the idea that he is a triune God. We can read many scriptures that explains that he is eternal, that he is in time and space and also outside of time and space. Human beings, words mean something. So we'll have a concept and an idea from what we're reading, and then we'll attach a word to it. So if a word doesn't come up in biblical scriptures, it doesn't mean that the idea and the values and beliefs aren't in the biblical scriptures. All right. Thank you for that $10 super chat. Let's see here. We got UCBX says, Cooley, for the next debate, would you or Jay be willing to debate someone from the atheist community like Aaron Ray, Matt Dillahunty? I think Jay already debated Matt Dillahunty, or Forrest. If you invite them, they would probably do it. I am working on a debate with Jim Bob and John Cohen. I think that's his name. I messaged him, sent him some details of a debate with Jim Bob. So I'm trying to get that, you know, that's going to be the next big one that I'm trying to get on my channel. And then as far as, I would love to have, Jay Dyer again and Marquett to debate. It'll be cool to see them do a round two. Marquett abandoned the pragmatist, style and, take another approach. I think it'd be dope, right? I think it'd be dope. Because I think that Marquett is super intelligent and smart. And if there's anyone that can challenge someone or give a good challenge, I know that he's capable of it, even though you may have, a bad night and maybe not be as prepared. This doesn't mean that, you're not intelligent or smart, which I think that he is. So, I mean, yeah. But yeah, man, I'm open to having those folks on the channel. Why not? Yeah, but Jay Dyer destroyed Matt Dillahunty. And also Andrew Wilson. Man, he done gave Matt Dillahunty a spanking. And Andrew Wilson destroyed Matt Dillahunty after Jay Dyer destroyed him. And which I think made it a little easier for Andrew Wilson, just because he was able to, of course, watch that debate and see Matt Dillahunty's weak points. And, Matt Dillahunty, he couldn't even grasp the transcendental argument for God. He just couldn't grasp it at all. All right, we got Dana G. She sends in $50. Shouts out to Dana.
No Fugazee.
By the way, chat, that's a woman. That's a woman that sent in $50 and you guys are only sending in 10. You gonna let this chick outdo y'all? This is a patriarch over here. Y'all better represent for the patriarch. Y'all better represent right now for the patriarch and send in more cash than Dana Gonzalez. She done sent in 50. She like, do we live in a matriarchy? Is this a matriarchy, folks? This better not be a matriarchy. Y'all better show this woman to stay in her place. Put this woman in her place and send in bigger bucks. Now, of course, this is my way to grift out some more money from you guys. But if you do want to shut this woman down and let her know that feminism is a lie and that she belongs in the kitchen, send in $100. Show this woman she belongs in the kitchen. Nah, I'm playing, chat. All right. So let's continue on with this review. I think that was it for the super chats. Let me just make sure. Let me see. No, did I miss one? Oh, I did miss one. All right, we got Gio sending in 5. He says, Lindsay and supporters is why Sergio Gacy plus single fatherhood is a surrogacy and single fatherhood is chat. I don't have my glasses on. I know you guys be killing me on my reading. Is that my screen is not close to me. And I actually wear glasses, but I look exactly like Steve Urkel with glasses on. Like I already kind of look like Urkel because I got big eyes, but with the glasses on, I really look like Urkel. So like, man, I only wear them if necessary. And right now, I don't care if I mess up. But anyways, I don't care if I don't read properly. But anyway, she says, surrogacy and plus single fatherhood is the safest alternative for dads and his kids. Modern women are too unstable, even religious ones. I think you're on to something. I think you are on to something. Now, this is kind of like a black pill approach to things. And, you know, we know that modern women are, a lot of them are unstable. We know that because you can find a woman that can program, and you'll have a better chance at finding a woman that can submit and get in your program if you become a better version of yourself. So I get what you're saying, but don't take like a nihilistic approach where it's like, oh, women are crap. Yeah, let's get this surrogates and you know what I'm saying? It's just like, let me just knock up a chick and become a single father. Like, we know that there are data that shows that single father households do, like the outcomes at least, some of the outcomes, as far as being good, productive members in society and not being a degenerate, it tends to correlate that single father households do just as good as two parent households, and they do better than single mother households. But me as a father, trust and believe that I think that a nuclear family is what's best. Having the mother and the father in the home. And I would also say having the biological mother and the father in the home is what's optimal, right? I don't even meet that standard, but if you can get to that, that would be generally what's optimal for everyone. To have children be with the mother that you have children with. For the mothers to be with the fathers that they have children with. Now, how life tends to work, you may not get that, or you may not meet that standard. This doesn't mean that, just throw it out the window. You could probably still find a woman that can still get in your program and things can be good and successful. But yeah, I'll land my plane there with that. Let me make sure I didn't miss any other super chats. And then we're going to keep on reacting to this. Sorry, chat. I'm taking a moment just to read some of these super chats. Okay. All right. I think that's good. And for everybody in here, I think we got like almost 500. If you guys could like the video, subscribe to the YouTube channel, and click the bell icon, do that for me. All right, let's get back to this work.
That's not what it says in the title. It doesn't say Orthodox Christianity.
Marquett, let's go ahead and
statement
fellas, let's go ahead and stop it there. I just want to see if you guys could hash that out. But we still got 15 minutes for Jay Dyer and his cross-examination, and then we got the open dialogue format. I'm not sure how much time Marquett has, but hopefully he has some time to stay a little bit longer because this is a great conversation, and we have over 2,000 people in here watching. So get the likes up, folks. Jay, when you start speaking, you can go ahead and ask Marquett questions.
Yeah, the first line of argumentation that was fallacious was you said that you're attributing collective guilt to all of the people for what I argued was specific actions of individual people. So I'm trying to figure out what is the basis epistemically or ethically for collective guilt.
Would you restate that real quick? I just want to make sure I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, so several points within your opening and then in your cross-examination, you attributed collective guilt. And I said that there was a lot of individuals who have done
when you say collective guilt, are you saying collective guilt to all Christians or to all people within?
You are arguing for a form of collective guilt, that Christianity is a collective that has promoted these oppressive structures and these crimes.
Okay.
And so I'm trying to figure out how you get from individual actions. Maybe you can, but what's the logical move that the collective is guilty?
I never said that the collective is
So you see already during Jay Dyer's cross-examination, he's still doing an internal critique on what Marquett said. So a lot of people would say that, well, Jay Dyer didn't fully flush out his argument to prove that Christianity is true and good. Well, he did in his opening, but Marquett questions, like, we just didn't have enough time to actually get to that. Like the transcendental argument for God, which he explained in his opening statement, would satisfy the true factor of Christianity. And then when he's speaking about the doctrine, the ideas, the beliefs, the systems, the values of Christianity, would explain the good. He also did a pragmatist approach as well. And he spoke about the outcomes, like, well, Christianity, hospitals derived from Christianity, science derived from Christianity. And these are all things that are facts, because I didn't even know that, but then I looked it up afterwards. And let me actually just go to one of them here. Okay. So hospitals. So the concept of modern public hospitals developed directly from early Christianity and charity in the fourth century AD. So this would actually be something that's true, because I just want to make sure what he was stating was actually true. When we look at science, right? I believe that Jay Dyer said that science comes from medieval tradition of Christianity universities. And when you just look it up, it shows that, yes, that's true. Modern science came in large part from the institution and intellectual traditions of medieval Christianity university. So these are all things of him, even in a pragmatist way, showing that, it's good, but also in a philosophical and religious way, pointing out the good as well. So for some of the people, that had questions on that, well, Jay didn't really explain like how it's true and good. Well, he did. You just didn't understand. And within the system of Christianity, it's not going to be perfect. We're in a fallen state, right? Like, if it's the case that Christianity is actually true, the outcomes of Christians aren't 100% going to be good. That's what I want you guys to understand. Like, say if you grant it and like Christianity is actually true, the outcomes of Christians aren't going to be good. War isn't going to just, magically disappear, right? Famine isn't going to just magically disappear. Like these things are still going to go on because the entire world is in a fallen state. There's going to be Christians and there's non-Christians, atheists that do good under Christian ethics. Now, the reason for them doing good would be different, meaning that you can do good, but you can have the good that you do cannot be for a good reason. So say if you give away money, but you do it for the pride. From Christian ethics, that actually wouldn't be good, meaning that the outcome of giving to a charity, good outcomes, but the reason for the person giving money was for pride, not good. You see why it's very important to elucidate your positions and speak about it from from an epistemic point of view? Well, what actually makes something good? Like when you think of true and good, it's a concept. You can't touch, taste, or smell it. So you're really not going to be able to get to the true or the good taking a pragmatic view. It's just never going to get there. It's always just going to be based off of outcomes and what works, right? Well, that's silly. Like I can believe in, like if you look at it a little bit more, let me think of an example. If I say that, getting married is good, right? We say that's good. Oh, that's good. That's in Christianity, ethics, getting married. But the reason why you got married, like this woman, was for money. Bad. You get it? You guys get it? Like you get it why Marquett's arguments just it for this type of debate is not the right arguments and lines of questions to have. Like there can be great outcomes, but for very bad reasons. There can be bad outcomes. But it could be for a good reason. Like if you think about it, here's another one for you guys, and I'll play this a little bit more. So like, and it's a very, like when you look at things from a pragmatic standpoint, it's a very feminine view to look at the world. The reasons being because it has to do with outcomes and it has nothing to do with the reality of, well, some way to do with reality, but not to do with the nature of things, right? So for an example, let's speak about parenting. So a father, he may say that, well, I'm going to go ahead and discipline my kids because, you know what, I'm not going to give that example. I'm going to save that for the Lindsay Clancy review. You know what, I was about to go into something, but it's going to get into Lindsay Clancy, and let me save. I just thought of an analogy, but let's save that for Lindsay Clancy review. Let's keep it going with this. My bad.
I said that.
My bad, chat.
Christianity supports.
Is that not a collective? You're arguing all Christians? Is that not a collective?
Let me know when you want me to answer.
You understand how a cross-examination works, so I can interrupt?
Sure. Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. I said, let me know when you want me to answer. I'll stop talking.
So Christianity isn't a collective group?
Yes, Christianity is a religion that has adherents that have different sects. And
are you arguing it's a collective group?
If Christians do something and it's organized through their church, it's justified with their missionaries, then yes, we can assign that to Christianity, for example.
So why is a group collectively guilty for the actions of individuals? Maybe they are.
I never suggested that all Christians are guilty. What I'm pointing out to you one second, sir. What I'm pointing out to you is that Christianity is not this force for good that you're describing it as. And you even mentioned Orthodox Christianity. There are examples of Orthodox Christianity. You look at the Romanian principalities of Wallachia and Moldavia.
Did you just Google that?
My hands are right here. How can I Google? You haven't
Your
seen me
hands were
typing at all.
Googling a minute ago.
See, this was a part of the debate where Jay Dyer does many of these type of debates, so he's able to be very perspicacious, like aware of certain tactics that his opponents is going to do. So he's seen that, well, Marquett is a smooth talker. What he's about to say has nothing to do with what I'm saying right now. He's just going to point out something within the Romania something, but I seen that his eyes glanced over there, so I'm going to point it out to the audience and say, hey, did you just Google that? That was, now, Marquett maybe didn't Google anything. He can totally be innocent right here. But I think Marquett didn't have to take that route of explaining too much. Like sometimes you can explain so much where you're giving too much to your opponent to use against you.
What do you mean? Like you can't Google that?
You haven't seen me typing at all. So anyways, and again, what's that, an ad hominem attack you're referencing?
No,
here?
it's a question about the sources and your veracity. What's your source?
And that wouldn't be an ad hominem attack. You know, stating that someone Googled something wouldn't be an ad hominem attack. If you say that, well, you're wrong because I think you Googled it, then that would be an ad hominem attack. Or if you say that you're wrong because of this subjective feeling that I have, that would be, and you're speaking about the person, that would be like an ad hominem attack.
For this Romanian history.
That's an ad hominem.
That's not an ad hominem. It's a question.
So again, and I want everyone to notice that in the absence of being able to compete in terms of the ethics and morality and the actual debate, now you've reduced to ad hominem attacks. I was about to give you an answer,
ad hominem,
and now I was.
Yeah, so like this whole ad hominem thing, this entire ad hominem approach, you ain't even have to do that, bruh.
About to give you an answer, and now you start attacking.
What's the source?
What did you Google? What did you Google?
Okay, so let's continue with the cross-examination. Go ahead, restate your question there, Jay Dyer.
Obviously, multiple times over, he attempted to argue for collective.
So a strategy for cross-examination when you're on the defense, folks, for all of the debaters out there, be short and concise. Short and concise. That's a strategy. So when someone asks you a question, be short, be concise. If not, you're just giving more to your opponent to use against you.
That Christianity is a collective. In fact, he even denied that empires weren't made up of individuals. I said, obviously, a collective is made up of individuals.
This is not even the actual.
Why are you interrupting? This is my time, dude. Shut up. Why are you interrupting my cross-examination, dude? So again, you don't even know how cross-examinations work. You try to concede your time in.
And this allows Jay Dyer to then say, "Shut up! You don't even know how cross-examinations work." Because Marquett started to talk to the audience like, you see folks like this and this and this and this, they use Christianity to try to justify their false. Like when you do stuff like that, well, all right, me as the moderator, I'm going to allow the smoke back, right? I kind of like the blood sport debating. So I'm going to allow Jay Dyer to, say what he's going to say since I allowed you to say what you wanted to say under his cross-examination time.
You're in your cross-examination. You don't concede time in a cross-examination.
You're very angry.
You don't even know what you're talking about. So I'm trying to figure out how you attribute logically individuals and then leap to a collective guilt. Maybe that's true. Maybe there is collective guilt, but how do you get there? And then you said, let me give you a Romanian historical source. What's the source?
Okay, you ready for the answer?
What's the academic source? Yeah.
Very good. So Wallachia, Moldavia, they had chattel slavery. Monasteries owned slaves.
That isn't the source. The thing what I do in debates is no Fugazee over here.
No Fugazee.
One of the things that I do in debates is I keep it no Fugazee. Nigga, if I don't know nothing, I don't know it. I mispronounce words. I never try to act like I'm smarter than anybody. I mispronounce words. I don't be knowing stuff. It is what it is. If you ask me a question and I don't know, nigga, I don't know. Like I actually have debates up on my channel where I debated this one guy. He was talking about some historical facts. I'm like, and like he was using some historical facts to like make a refutation to my argument. And I'm like, you could be right. Let's look it up. So out of like me just being like good faith, I'm like, I'll look it up. And he was actually wrong. So it's like he proved my argument. So it's like sometimes, man, you just gotta be no Fugazee and just admit it. Marquett does admit it later on that he doesn't have a source. But I think that if he would have just did it off the bat, like, yeah, I don't got a source. Or if you would have just admitted like, now I'm not saying that he was using Google, but if he would have just said like, Oh yeah, I Googled it. Is it we can't use Google right now? And I mean, there's no rules against, like, there's no rules for that. Like, it's not like you can't use Google, right? There's no rules against that. So it would have been totally fine. And I think that when you're doing these debates and you got 2,000, 3,000 plus people watching, the more authentic you come off, it works in your favor. Now, it's not saying that he wasn't authentic, right? But people thought that y'all seen the clips that was going out. People were saying that, bro, he was using AI. This doesn't mean that he was actually using AI. They could 100% be wrong. This doesn't mean that he was using Google. Jay Dyer could 100% be wrong. But if you just come off more authentic, it ain't really gonna say nothing too much. But then at the end of the day, man, this is the internet. I believe Andrew Wilson just showed the text messages that came from Erica Kirk, that Charlie Kirk did say that he's scared of the left shooting him the day before he was assassinated. And currently right now, no one is even believing the text messages, which I see what you're saying. Those are text messages, but like if Andrew Wilson is lying, he's gonna lose all credibility. So like, why would Andrew Wilson even lie over something like that? I believe that the texts are actually real, right? Because Charlie spoke about it many times. Like, man, the left is he was more scared of the left than Israel. Now, I think you should be a little scared of both, but I'll digress.
Orthodox Christians.
That's an assertion.
Now,
what's the source?
You can search the source yourself.
So the source is Google, ChatGPT?
Are you suggesting that it didn't happen?
I'm asking you for your source. You're making assertions. You can't just assert shit,
No,
dude.
sir. No, sir. So you can play the game of what's your
Not a
source,
game. You
but
understand
that's
the debates
one second. You can play the game of what's your source, and then it'll slow down the
It's
debate.
not a game.
Because the fact of the
I wanna
matter
know
is
your
this.
source. This
The
is
fact
how
of the matter is
debates
this. The fact of the matter is this. If we've both been in university, we've taken courses in history, and if I reference
That's
something,
irrelevant.
well, who's the author? Who's the author?
No,
Who said
that's-
that?
you know why you footnote? When you
You're
write a
not
book, you
engaging the
footnote.
actual argument.
When
You're
you
actually
write a
trying
book,
to
you
attack
footnote.
the
I want to know your source
of the
because I don't
information.
think that you actually.
And also, Marquett's mic was louder in the debate. I didn't know it at first. It was like the second half of the debate I caught on because someone actually sent me a DM. And because from like, since I'm moderating it and we're using my system of Restream, it doesn't really, I can't really hear. Mike is yo Jay, and then I looked and I seen that when they were speaking, because I can see the mics. If like I click on that section on Restream, I can see it. His audio would reduce down in volume, so that was another thing too, which favored even Marquett. But that's another thing. Even if you're running it through an AI system, like those transcripts and stuff like that, I don't even know how it can say that Jay Dyer overspoke Marquett where Marquett mic was even louder. And when when both of them would speak, Jay Dyer volume would be reduced lower. So you got to be very wary when using these AI transcripts to show things, right?
Saying that I'm making up something, that's
You got to go through with a fine comb to see what's actually true.
different thing.
He doesn't have a source. I want everybody to see that he's asserting. You understand? It might be true.
One second. Are you suggesting that?
All right, fellas. Let's create some decorum here, fellas. Let's just create a little bit of decorum.
Are you suggesting
Since it's
that
real quick,
Orthodox-
Marquette. Since it's still his time, let's just yield the floor to him to ask the question.
Sure.
And let's see if we can get an answer on some things. But go ahead. Maybe Jay Dyer, maybe you want to restate the question in a different way. Go ahead.
Yes, I use rhetoric, which is not an ad hominem. I called into question his source. There's nothing wrong with doing that in a debate when people are making assertions to prove their argumentation from historical evidence. I have a degree in history as well. And if you write a history book, you have to footnote. That's called sourcing. So I want to know, because I think you just Googled it or looked it up on ChatGPT, and I don't think you have an actual source. So what's the historical academic source?
So what I'm telling you is that.
So you don't have one.
Sure, Jay. So now
Do
that
you
we
have
said
one?
that, are you saying that it's false?
Do you have one?
Are you saying that it's false? Are you saying that's false? That's what I'm asking
It's a tu quoque fallacy.
So are there?
my
No, that's
cross-examination,
not.
you don't get to
No,
ask me
that's not. You keep throwing
You
out the
don't ask
logical
me
fallacies.
questions
You're not
because
making.
I'm a
You're not
tu
making
quoque.
sense. One second. So what you're doing right now, instead of actually arguing the points,
I
you're
don't need
arguing the
narrative and
source.
storytelling.
Instead of
I wanna
arguing
know
the points,
source.
you're arguing the source because.
Hey,
you're
fellas,
having
let's
trouble
bring it back.
figuring
Fellas, let's go ahead. So that was a tu quoque fallacy. That was. Because he was asking him a question. He says, well, what about you? Does that mean that is this? It's like, well, I'm asking a question here. That one could be up to interpretation a little bit, because the tu quo que, that fallacy, let's look at it real quick, folks. You got the... All right, tu quo que it's a logical error that happens when someone dismisses an argument by claiming the person making them a hypocrite or does not practice what they preach, or it translates into you too or you as well. Let's see how it works. So, yeah, I don't really know if that one is up for debate for that one to be a tu quo que, Jay. I don't know. We may have to give a point to Marquett on this one. Let's see. All right. So it says how the fallacy works. Person 1 makes a claim or gives advice. Person 2 points out the person 1 has done the opposite in the past or behaves, it's more of like a hypocrisy claim. Maybe it has two meanings here. Okay, so I'm showing another meaning. The one definition I read as far as the tu quo que, it does not add up to what Jay Dyer said. But then there's another translation of the fallacy, and it makes more sense. It shows here that on Google, it says, the phrase translates from Latin as you too or you as well. It is a specific type of ad hominem attack because it attacks the speaker instead of addressing the actual facts of the argument. So let's see if that was a tu quo que. Let's bring it back and bring it back.
It's not making sense. 1 second. Are you saying that it's false? Are you saying that's false? That's what I'm asking.
It's a tu quo que fallacy.
So are there? No, that's not. No, that's not. You keep throwing out the logical fallacies. You're not breaking. You're not making sense. 1 second.
Okay, I think maybe why Jay is saying that it's a tu quo que is because he's asking him questions under his cross-examination. Okay, that would make a little bit more sense. All right, fair enough. That's up for debate. I'll leave that up to you guys in the chat, right? It can be either or. I think it doesn't really even matter as far as this part of the conversation. I don't think that it hurts Marquett or helps Jay Dyer.
So what you're doing right now, instead of actually arguing the points, you're arguing
narrative
the
and storytelling.
Instead of arguing the points, you're arguing the source. Because
hey, fellas, let's bring it back. Fellas, let's go ahead and bring it back
to. He doesn't want to deal with the actual.
Hey, Jay. Hey, Jay.
You don't know. He doesn't want to deal with the actual.
Hey, Jay. I believe Marquett granted it and said that he doesn't have a source. So then, what's your rebuttal to that?
So that's what I'm asking you. Does that make it false? Then are you saying that it's false? Are you saying that Orthodox monasteries did not own any slaves?
Real quick, Marquett. Oh yeah, Marquett. Yeah, so Marquett is then asking a question. So does that make it false? Again, it's Jay Dyer's cross-examination. So Jay Dyer, he doesn't have to answer any of that. Let him just go ahead and address. Since you granted it, let him just go ahead and address what you said.
So it makes an assertion. Maybe it's true. Maybe it's not. But in a debate, if you can just assert stuff and they don't have to source it, then I can just assert all kinds of stuff. I can say, you understand? Do you not know how debate works, man?
Oh, goodness, Jay.
I mean, you can laugh about it, but do you understand that in a debate,
I think we both know that you're using a strategy.
Hey, Marquett, just let him land his plane.
Everything so that you don't have to deal with the arguments and the ideas. Jay.
Marquett, just let him land his plane because he's just addressing you granting it.
Sure.
So go ahead.
I'm going to argue philosophically. So I want to know why I ought to think that what you're saying is true and that you actually have a source. And I called your bluff, and I don't think you have a source, and you don't. So
you didn't call my bluff. I said I don't have the source. It is a real fact in history. If I tell you that there were 12 million, no, 1 second. I told you there were 12 million enslaved persons in the transatlantic slave trade. You didn't say, what's your source? If you said, what's your source on that? I'd have to.
Okay. All right. Let's get to another section of the debate. I think you guys pretty much understand that. Okay, let's get to some of these regular chats in there. I want to see what you guys are saying. Lucas, shouts out to you, man. He says, and this is not even sending money, but he says, Marquett destroyed Jay's little tactics. He is so smart for Jay. He is too smart for Jay, and Cooley is crying over Marquett's mic. No. I was not crying over Marquett's mic. I thought Marquett's mic was at the level it should be. Jay mic was at a good level too, but when they both spoke, Marquett's mic would reduce Jay Dyer's mic. So that's not whining or crying. That's just pointing out what actually took place in the debate, which is why at other moments, like once I figured that out, like as the debate went on, I was able to say, all right, fellas, we need to create some decorum. Let's have some decorum, one mic at a time. Because like if they're both speaking, everybody hearing Marquett, nobody's even hearing Jay Dyer. And also if they're both speaking, we can't even understand what's really going on. So let's create some decorum and have a good debate. I have to be aware of those things. But I actually YouTube, I actually looked it up because I'm like, I can't have that again. If I'm hosting these big debates, I got 3,000 people watching live during these debates. We can't have this happen again. So I figured it out. If it's the case that someone's mic is low, I can't do anything in the background, but I can tell them what they can do on their end so that won't happen. All right, let me read another chat. Look at T. Raw says, get God Logic versus Marquett. You will go viral. Trust me. Well, I don't really care about going viral, man. I want to, bring just good debaters together and have them debate. Also, I got some debates coming up myself. Of course, I do debates every Tuesdays and Thursdays, anywhere from 6 p.m. and 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And I debate all of these things, right? So check me out. I'll be doing a 1v10. It'll be on Sean Kelly's channel, Digital Social Hour. Me versus 10 feminists. That should be very interesting. I'll be doing that in about 2 months. So that's going to be cool. Stay tuned for that. But yeah, you know what? I'll ask Marquett if he's down. So God Logic argues a little bit differently than Jay Dyer, which it would be an entirely different style of debate. And I think that, I never thought of it, but I think that actually would be good. So yeah, let me hit up Marquett and I'll hit up God Logic because I communicate with both. Of course, I communicate with Marquett, but I also communicate with God Logic. Like we DM'd a few times, also met him at DebateCon. So he's a cool guy. So I don't see why not, right? I don't see why. I don't think that debate won't happen. I think that it's highly likely that I can get the job done and make it happen. So yeah. All right, so let's go ahead and stop this here. We're going to react to another pivotal moment, and then we're going to get into the Lindsay Clancy stuff. Let me stop sharing that for you folks. Let's go here. And let's do this one.
So I've argued for Christianity for the whole time. I've given a bunch of, in my opening statement, for example, transcendental argument. He can disagree with all that, fine. Sure. I want to know now what his account of the good is in his worldview.
So you're a very metaphysical guy. That's fantastic. What I'm telling you is that the actions of Christians as an organization have been consistently
What is your
wicked.
account of the good?
And we're not here to discuss my account of the good.
No, we are, because it's in the
We're not. We're here to establish that Christianity is a force for good. And so you being the Christian, I asked you to define at what point.
So this is the part where Marquett, as a good friend, I think that it would have helped him out if he was more versed in the part of philosophy, which is the discipline of epistemology. If he was more well versed in epistemology, he would able to give an account for the good under his system. And I don't know him really knows what a system is, because he said that he doesn't have a system as far as this debate. But I think that if he was a little bit more well versed, he would have been able to give an account of the good. Because again, I said it earlier, if you admit that you don't have a reference point or a system that justifies something to be good versus it to be bad, then there's nothing to judge the good and the bad in someone else's system. What do you have to judge someone else if you don't have an epistemic justification for what is good? Like if it's utilitarianism and the harm principle, then it's just your own preferences. You're basically saying that, well, Christianity isn't good because I feel that it isn't good. And those are all very bad arguments. When you're doing a philosophical debate like this one and speaking about religion and the true and the good of something, you need to have the ability to dive into epistemology, right? Got to have that ability. Like that has to be something. Now, I know that he can do it. Well, actually, I don't know, but he is a smart guy. So I assume that if he doesn't know how to do it now, if he's not well versed in epistemology, I assume that, he will definitely, if he reflects, which I think that he does as well, I think that he'll see that this is a flaw here. Maybe I should read up on epistemology so I can ground my beliefs, so I can give an epistemic justification for these ideas that I have in my head, right? If you can't give no epistemic justification for the ideas that you have, then Christianity is bad. That's good. OnlyFans girls are bad. Strippers are bad. Oh, and what's your reference point to judge someone else? How do you know what's truly good and what's not?
Have they failed to meet the minimum requirements of good as a collective?
Commandments. You could disagree with
Like,
that. Now, I want to
as
ask, what is
Christians.
your account of the good?
So again, you're trying to get into abstraction and definition.
No, it's
We're arguing about Christianity being
you
a
don't
force
have
for
to define the good.
I'm not the Christian. I know. So I
You
tried
wanna
to
know
define
what
on an
your
individual basis your 10
You're holding
commandments,
me
and
to
then
an
I said,
account- you're holding
does
me
that
to a
apply to the
measurement of
whole?
good. You're saying it's wrong to commit genocide. On what basis?
Yeah, it is
On
wrong.
what basis? I agree it's wrong, but I have a basis. What's your basis?
I think it's a silly conversation.
I don't care.
Yeah, that right there saying that, it's silly in a debate, in a religious, philosophical debate, it isn't going to work out. It isn't going to work out. Now, you can always put a spin on it to your audience to try to make them think like, bro, we shouldn't be talking about what's like, is genocide good or bad? Like what? Who wants to speak about that? Well, no, you should be speaking about that, because you also say that homosexuality is bad. You also say that we all say that all of these things are bad. Necrophiliac, homosexuality, all of these things would be bad. And we all attack these feminists. But from a Christian standpoint, we have a reference point of the good to attack other systems of belief. But if you don't have a reference point of the good, then how can you judge someone else's belief? Is it just, I think it's bad because I think it's bad? So this was a pivotal moment in the debate where if he did have an epistemic justification of the good, then okay, all right, we got something to go up against. But since he just abandoned it and admitted that he doesn't, it's like, my dog. I wish you would have constructed your worldview more better and been a little bit more prepared.
Well, you
Right.
think it's silly or not? What's the argument for why?
You're asking me why genocide is.
What is your
why
ethical
genocide is
argument
bad?
for why it's wrong?
Carry on, please.
So he's
Please,
not
your
gonna-
silliness.
So the debate's over. You
Okay.
conceded the debate. You don't have a justification for the debate.
No, you cannot speak to the facts and the historical happenings, and in the absence.
Facts, historical happenings. Yeah, we know bad things happen, but that's not the question that he's asking. What what actually makes genocide bad? What actually makes, homosexuality bad? What actually makes slavery bad? Jay agreed. Yeah, under my system is actually bad. My reference point is Christianity. And I can demonstrate that it's true with utilizing the transcendental argument to prove God. Now, you're saying that it's bad, but what's your reference point to determine the bad versus the good? Gotta have that. So for all the debaters, right? Where you're doing these high level debates, and especially when it's a philosophical debate like this, you got to be able to argue, in epistemology. You just got to be a little bit more tightened up.
To be able to justify in the absence of being able to justify what has occurred on this earth.
What is your justification?
You retreat to what is in your head,
fellas.
When you step into reality, your ideas.
None of this.
Fellas, allow one another to land their plane so the audience can hear. So again, Marquett, to be honest, your microphone does supersede his a little bit. So when you're speaking and he's speaking, trust me, his microphone is going down and they can hear you, but they can't really hear him that good. So we kind of need the back and forth to go properly. Jay Dyer, just restate the position again?
Yeah.
Or the question?
It's in the prompt of the debate that the good is in question and is Christianity good? I gave multiple arguments as to why I think that is the case. It's only fair in the last couple minutes that I also asked, because he's critiquing Christianity on the basis of some secular good, it appears. I want to know what his account of the good is. It's a fair question.
That wasn't the question. You just asked me, why is
That was the question.
genocide bad?
On what basis?
So now
He asked two questions. What's your account of the good? You spoke about genocide. Then he's asking, why is genocide bad? On what basis does it make genocide bad?
asking me what is good.
What is the good that you're using to measure that Christianity is not good? What is it?
So I'll restate it again.
So
you can keep re-asking the question. It's just a debate tactic. Everyone can.
Yeah, so this was the part of the debate. You got to answer these questions. You have to answer these questions. And for the folks that watch Marquett, you're used to him, not being in a formal structured debate. You're used to him, having full control over the mute button and all of that, which is cool. Those debates are great. I do them as well. But you're not really used to seeing him in a format like this, where this person has to speak, that other person has to speak. It's timed. They do a cross-examination. You actually have to answer questions. If you don't, it's different. Jay Dyer didn't answer some questions because he pointed out that Marquett was committing a logical fallacy, so the question itself was fallacious. The question of what's your account of the good, Marquett didn't point out that it's a logical fallacy. He just pointed out that it's silly. He doesn't like it. That isn't an argument. That's not going to get you a W in a debate. And this is why, I know a lot of you guys watch Jubilee and you see the 1v10s and stuff like that. And they'll have Officer Tatum or Candace Owens or so many people, right, that do those debates. And when you're debating these atheists and these freaking feminists, you can always destroy their arguments with presuppositionalist debating. Presuppositionalist argumentation always refutes those ideologies. Atheists, feminists. Whoa, I disagree with your presupposition. Please give me an account for that to be true. How do you know that that's true? They got no answer for it. Because they just go based off how they feel. Atheists, I feel that there isn't a God. Feminists, I feel that I'm equal to a man. Well, are you actually equal? How do you know that that's true?
Not
What's your reasoning for believing that? JTB, what's your justified true belief?
Using the good and an ethic.
So
what is your ethic?
I'm pointing out to you that Christianity is no better a system than any other system.
Why is it bad?
And that is because the fact of the Native American genocide, the transatlantic enslavement,
Give an account.
monasteries themselves, including.
He doesn't. He just
So he's not answering the question. He's just giving historical events.
Monasteries themselves have owned slaves.
Storytelling isn't.
So look, if I was Jay Dyer, what I would have said was to like, and I'm not a debate. Like it was times where I wanted to just explain to Marquett exactly what he means. I would have been like, listen, Marquett, if someone said homosexuality is good, right? How would you refute that? What avenues would you use to refute that? One avenue would say, Marquett, I know what he would take the pragmatist approach and say, well, the outcomes, like, well, if men and men are having sex and women are having sex, then, it's going to slow down procreation, right? We're not going to be able to sustain our current population levels because it's so much of the same sex going on. Well, okay, that's something there. But why should we sustain our population? Like, why shouldn't we just all die? Right? So a pragmatist approach and arguments don't work when you're speaking about these philosophical epistemic, views. It's just not going to work. Because it's always going to reduce down to preferences, and then you'll have to try to give some sort of epistemic justification, some sort of account for it, right? So it's just, it is what it is. And like, this is why these conversations, they tend to always move towards JTB, justified true belief. What are the good reasons for your beliefs? What gives them explanatory power, and what makes them coherent under your worldview? Right? And this is not according to me, according to Jay Dyer. Like when we're speaking about epistemology, this is not according to any of this. This is according to the discipline of epistemology. And one of the disciplines in epistemology is justified true belief. Right? It's that simple. That's simple. Epistemology is the part of philosophy that deals with the theory of knowledge. Where does it come from? How do you know what you know? Right? Do you have any good reasons for your propositions or your claims that you're saying you know something, of you saying you know something?
That's not storytelling. Those are historical facts. And
it's not telling you why your ethic is right.
What is,
so maybe I can bridge this gap.
Ethics,
I think
that Christianity doesn't produce good.
You don't want to talk about it.
Yeah, fellas, maybe I can bridge this gap. So, Marquett, when you were stating your question, real quick, someone in the chat said, bro, just make sure Marquett knows the prompt. He did know the prompt, right? It was actually, it wasn't my idea. It was one of, I guess, a supporter of either Marquett or Jay Dyer. I'm not sure who they were supporting, but he came up with the idea of the prompt. Is Christianity true and good for black people? I went ahead and sent that over to Marquett and Jay Dyer. I asked Marquett, do you want to tweak this prompt? You want to do, is Christianity true and good for black people, or is it true and good for all people? Marquett is the one that actually chose the prompt. He said that, is Christianity true and good for all people? And I sent that over to Jay Dyer, and Jay Dyer is the one that confirmed it. So he knew the prompt, but I think that one of his tactics was that we don't really got to speak about the trueness of it, but we can speak about the good. And he took the pragmatic approach just to speak about the outcomes, which when you're doing when you're doing a philosophical religious debate, is going to get more deeper than that. You didn't feel that his answer satisfied your question, because you were asking a question in regards to, if, Christianity does all of these things historically.
Did you notice my question?
When should we throw away?
You notice my question was about Christianity, which is on
yes.
Trump.
Yeah. Yeah.
He's just trying to debate abstraction, because when you test Christianity in reality, outside of the mind, you test it in reality, it fails. So
okay, I got you, Marquett. I just want to create some decorum for you guys. So, Marquett, your position was, again, hey, you know what? Here's what I'll do. Since we're going over this, I will put the link, copy invite link. I'm going to put the link to join this stream. I'm going to pin it in the YouTube comments. I guess we got people in the chat that maybe want to debate, and that's cool. Or I guess you guys want to share your thoughts. I would like to actually know some of you guys' thoughts on this debate, and also let me know, what other debates you guys want me to host as well. Let me go ahead and do this real quick. 1 second here, folks. Link to join debate. All right. All right, that's the link, folks. I went ahead and pinned the link in the YouTube comments, right? We keep it no Fugazi over here, so I'm not just up here speaking. Come up here, because we got a lot of people in here with different opinions. Opinions that agree with Marquett. Opinions that agree with Dyer. And I would actually, like to know why you agree or disagree. I'm actually curious. So I think that'll be a good discussion. Even if it's not a debate, I think it'll be a good discussion to get your thoughts on it. So the folks that agree and disagree, you're welcome to come up. The folks that think that Dyer won, you're welcome to come up. The folks that think that Marquett won, you're welcome to come up. Now, over 500 people in here. All of these people, I bet ain't nobody going to have the balls to come up. He gets some of these super chats. Got you guys. I got you guys. I've seen a few in here. So I'll read these in a second. Let me pin them real fast so I can bring them up. Yeah, whoever wants to come up, you guys could come up. Give me your thoughts on the debate. We're just reviewing the debate. So, no one's going to be mad at you if you have an opinion on the debate, bro. It's a debate. It's not personal. All right, we got someone that came up. Let's bring them up. Let's see who he got winning. What's going on, man? Welcome to No Fugazi Podcast. Let me get your name and where you're from.
Yeah, I'm Travis. I'm from Baton Rouge, Louisiana.
All right. You said Trev?
Travis.
Trev. Okay, Trev. And who do you got? Who did you have winning the debate? Dyer versus Marquett?
I had Dyer winning. But really by default, because again, the thing about Marquett, and I respect, his intellect, I respect his knowledge, and his business talk, business savvy and stuff like that. But when it comes to religion, he don't really seem to have a denomination or a solid background that he can lean on to defend, his feelings, right? About how he feels about Christianity, which, I'm a Christian, so I'm pro-Christian as well. Okay.
All right. Fair enough.
Yeah. And I was actually the one that, not to cut you off, sir. I was actually the one that texted that, he lucky he didn't face God logic. You know what I mean? You say you're familiar with God logic, and in this type of field, I don't think that's more correct strong point, right? But yeah, I'm just lucky he didn't face God logic, because man, when you don't have a source of where you get your truth from or what you believe in, you don't have a denomination, anything like that, you're just going off your pure worldly intelligence, you kind of put yourself in the dead end facing any type of Christian, I would say. You know what I mean? Because we have a belief system that we go by. So.
Yeah. If everything just boils down to sense data, your own rational thought, well, are you always 100% right? No.
Right.
So you can't just rely on your own rational faculties to determine what's true or what's good. You need a system of belief to determine the true and the good. So yeah, it gets a little bit deeper. But listen, man, I appreciate the call. You got anything else, or that's it?
Oh no, that's it. I just wanted to make sure I came up because you were saying people were scared, and so I wanted to back up my thoughts and my opinions about the debate. But thank you, I appreciate it, guys.
Okay. Do you think that you would be prepared to debate Marquette? Let me ask you that.
Me no, because I'm not the kind of Christian that's good at a debate format.
Okay.
Right. I feel like you have to have a certain skill, like they always say, we all born with, certain kind of gifts, right? Some people can be a teacher, some people can be a lawyer, a doctor, right? So that type of setup is not my field, right?
Okay. Fair enough, man. All right. Have a good one, man. I appreciate the call.
No problem.
All right, chat. If anybody else wants to come up, just click the link that's pinned in the YouTube comments, and you're welcome to come up and let me know your thoughts. Who won? Who you think won, or who you think lost? Any side is, I'm cool with both of them. So any side is, I'm not going to attack you. Right? So feel free to come up. Also, if you disagreed with any of my points on anything, or if you disagreed with my ability to referee this debate, which is moderate the debate, come on up. I'd like to hear that as well. People are so funny. Marquett was sent by the devil. Please be careful with him and use full discernment. Bro, how do you know that? Marquett is a good guy, bro. He has this different system of belief, though. He just doesn't think Christianity is true. Like, there's can be atheists or some sort of deist belief, and I can still have a normal, relationship with them. Right? Like, you don't have to fully, folks, yeah, I believe that Christianity is true. I believe in Jesus Christ, but am I the greatest practicing Christian out there? No, I still sin. So we're not perfect. So I know, you guys, some of you guys, are maybe want to judge Marquett. But yeah, I say chill out a little bit. Right? I know I seen a chat in here that said Marquett was talking bad about you, Cooley, or whatever. Again, I addressed that in the beginning. After the debate, me and Marquett spoke. He said that, hey, it looks like some folks in the comments want to start up some drama. He said, let's play into it a bit. And I let him know that, I'm a bad actor. I'm not the one to play into do a fake drama type of thing. I'm not really sure exactly what he said on his stream, but from what he told me, it seems that it was just going to be, kind of like faking a funk. That's as far as from what I've heard. Right. So I don't think that anyone would have any drama over a debate. As men, we disagree all the time. What? Nigga, I don't agree with that. I hardly agree with nothing. If you have a friend and y'all agree on 100% of everything, you are gay. You gay. There's always going to be things that you disagree with your coworkers, friends, stuff like that. That doesn't mean that you can't work together. That doesn't mean that you can't, still maintain, a friendship. All right, we got some more people back here. Let's get these folks up. We're going to go in order. So Seb, C-E-B, I believe that's your name. Turn on your camera. You can only come in if your camera is up, so make sure you turn on your camera. We got Cody. I see you back here, Cody. We got Issa Israel. I see you back here, Issa Israel. We got He Knows, and we also got Witkid Dreams. Witkid Dreams is a member, so I'll prioritize Witkid. whenever he wants to come up. So with Kid, just hit me in a private chat. First, I'm going to just bring up the next one, but then I'll prioritize you whenever you want to come on up. Let's get the first guy up. Welcome to No Fugazee Podcast. Cody, where you from?
I'm from California, Central California.
What's going on, man? And what's your thoughts on the debate, Marquett versus Jay Dyer? Who you had winning?
I thought Jay won, and I don't want to say my opinion is fact or nothing, but I feel like objectively it seemed very obvious that he won the debate just based on the rules in terms of debate. But Mike, I actually am calling in to ask if you would agree with the critique that I have of Jay, because
Sure.
he wins. I mean, I follow Jay. I like Jay. I'm not an Orthodox Christian, but I just like watching debate, and I feel Jay's very good at it. But I get a little bit tired, and I want to know if you feel that he uses this tactic of dodging or shifting the burden of proof onto the opponent when it's not actually the opponent's job to defend or even define what is good, for example. So, like, if I could use an analogy, I feel like if you argue with Jay, like, hey, Jay, I think the Eagles are better than the Raiders, Jay would say something like, well, in your worldview, you haven't even accounted for how the Eagles can even exist as a football team. And then you'd say, but that's not what we're talking about here, And it's like, well, you're not understanding the argument then. And it's like, well, you're totally shifting the argument to something kind of not helpful to anybody. Does that sound right?
Yeah, I understand. So you're basically saying that Jay sometimes tends to shift the burden of proof or the burden on the other person. I'll say that it is a tactic, but it is a good strategy to use, and it's also good faith, because when you're having these debates, you kind of want to get to the truth of things, right? So if it's the case that you're having a debate with someone, let's say that Jay Dyer is debating, someone like Destiny. And Destiny is a Coomer Gremlin. He's a punty boy. He's a butt boy. You feel what I'm saying? He's part of the rainbow community, right? And let's say, Destiny is like, well, homosexuality is good, right? Homosexuality is good. And then Jay is like, well, what's your reference point to determine the good?
But there's a problem with that analogy. Right, because
go ahead,
Jay,
give me that.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt, but it was Jay's job to establish that Christianity is good for all people, not for Marquett to have to define good. Because I think that whether Marquett can epistemologically define what he thinks is good is actually irrelevant, because they both, for the most part, I would assume, agree on what good actually means. So Marquett can make an internal critique of Jay's good without having to justify it.
Yeah, let's stop it there, right? Now, I would agree, and I would say that Marquett can do an internal critique on what the good is under Jay's system, which would then pin Jay's back against the wall so he can truly establish what is good under his system. The key thing is, in this debate, Marquett really didn't understand how to do the internal critique and also do it under his time in the cross-examination. That's what I thought he was going to do.
Yeah, you're right. What I'm saying? You're right. That's why Jay won.
So, like, if Marquett would have did that, it would have been like, oh, everybody would have been like, oh, all right, we good. This is going somewhere. Yeah. But since Marquett didn't do that, Jay, like, the debate didn't go on for 3 to 4 hours. It wasn't even a 2-hour debate. You feel what I'm saying? So, for the cross-examination, that 15 minutes is for the person on the offense to really put the person on the defense back against the wall, to ask certain questions, good questions, and create good arguments to destroy their position.
Fair.
You feel what I'm doing? So you are right in a way, but I would say within Jay's opening and closing statement, he did address the good and the true for Christianity, but it just wasn't tested to your liking. It wasn't tested to my liking either.
Yeah. That's fair. I appreciate that answer. And once again, I agree with Jay's point and your point too. So.
Put it like this, right? You'll see Jay Dyer, he'll do debates where Christianity is under the microscope, or Jim Bob would do debates where atheism is under the microscope and stuff like that. And the other person isn't really doing an internal critique on the other person's position, but the person that's debating, they understand the worldview to a degree where they're able to ask good questions so the person can determine if it's true or if it's good or bad. You feel what I'm saying?
Yes,
But I don't
yes.
think that the question that was asked on Marquett's, like if you're taking the pragmatist approach and you're just talking about outcomes, you're not going to get to the true and the good. You're just not going to get there.
Yeah.
So this
That's
is
fair.
why Jay was asking, because all of his questions was about outcomes. So this is why Jay is asking, like, well, how does this, even though that there's is bad, is it to be bad?
Right.
It acts as a good tactic and strategy when your opponent is not aware of a cross-examination, not aware how to actually do an internal critique. You feel what I'm saying?
I do. It's just crazy to me how many people get caught in that with Jay.
Listen, people get caught in it with me too.
Yeah.
All the time.
I'm new to the channel, and I appreciate you having me on here. I've actually, other than watching, I think 2 debates that you posted, haven't visited your channel, so I'm going to subscribe after we get off this call. But yeah, I appreciate it.
All right, man. Listen, I appreciate the support, man, and good questions, man. Good questions. I'll get the next caller up.
Thank you.
All right, peace. Yeah, for the audience, like during Jay's cross-examination, he's able to attack the other person's position and ask them what's their account of the good and all of that stuff. But under Marquett's cross-examination, like Jay Dyer was asking Marquett questions, and Marquett was like answering them and about to answer or attempting to answer them. And I had to tell Marquett, like, you don't got to answer none of his questions, dog. Like, he's on the defense. You're on the offense. Do your thing. All right, let me get the next caller up. Welcome to No Fugazee Podcast. Let me get your name and age.
East Israel. You said age?
I'm sorry. Where you from? My bad. I'm thinking we on TikTok.
Detroit, man. You remember I was going to beat you up some last year sometime?
You was going to beat me up.
Yeah, I was going to beat you up. We'll get into that later, though.
In a physical fight.
Yeah.
Wait, why we ain't physically fight then? I ain't never dodge a fade.
I'm just fucking with you.
Nah, it's cool, man. It's cool. I think I remember you though. You came on maybe a few weeks back to debate some stuff, but go ahead and give me your thoughts on the debate. Who do you think won, Jay Dyer or Marquett? Go ahead.
Okay, so let me say, first of all, before I heard the debate and I heard Marquett talking about the debate, I knew that he had concerns about whether he won. So I'm gonna keep it real. So then that motivated me to go watch it. So when I went to watch it, I thought that Marquett I thought he got cooked or whatever, right? And that's why he was sounding so vulnerable in his commentary about it or defensive or whatever. When I actually watched it though, I actually think Marquett won though.
Okay.
I had a lot of issues with Dyer's positioning. I thought a lot of his arguments were in bad faith, and I do think there's a place for order, but I also think that you can delve into like hyper technicalities that make you sound silly, you know. And that was kind of my issue with Dyer. So I wrote down a couple points. So for example, so a couple things. First of all, people seem to think that Marquett had to disagree with the entirety of the prompt in order for his case to be made. Completely disagree, right? Marquett was well within his rights to focus solely on whether or not Christianity has been good for Black people, because Black people belong to the broader group of all people.
True.
Yeah. So I just want to clarify that. He's perfectly fine there. The other point was that, so I didn't feel like Jay made his case. So, for example, he had like a lot of flawed reasoning. So for example, he was talking about when it comes to Christianity, for example, right?
Yeah.
He was making this point that, well, you can't really attribute these moral wrongs to Christianity because they also exist outside of Christianity. And I think that's flawed, right? It's almost like arguing, well, look, I mean, you can't argue. Here's the bottom line. People can do wrong for multiple reasons. Historically, Christianity has been one reason that has led to people doing terrible things. You know, it doesn't mean that that's the exclusive reason, And you
Yeah.
can't disprove that fact by arguing other people also engaged in that same wrong and they did it for reasons outside of Christianity. As
Yeah.
long as someone is go ahead.
So I remember he didn't argue that in the context that you're saying it. He argued it as a rebuttal in a response to what Marquett was saying. So again, Marquett was making the argument that Christianity is wrong or bad and not true because Christians do bad in society. So Jay Dyer was saying, well, there's many different systems of belief, right? And people do bad within those systems of belief. But what determines it to actually be bad? You would have to do an internal critique on that system of belief, like Christianity, to say that, well, the system itself is flawed. This is why they're doing the bad in society. You feel what I'm saying? So when he was saying that, well, there's atheists, there's people that live in China, they do bad things. This is not really an argument to say that the secularist Chinese are bad or the atheism as an idea is bad. Remember, you have Christianity, which is values, ideas, and beliefs. Then you have Christians, which is people that take action based off of what they claim to be a Christian and based off of their interpretation of the values, beliefs, and ideas. Now, it gets even more deeper than this. Look at this, right? Under Christianity itself, it states that you are going to be a Christian and you are still going to sin. You are still going to do bad things. So it doesn't determine that Christianity is bad or flawed if people are going to do bad things, because in the system itself, it accounts for that because we have free will. So, and Jay Dyer even said that, well, the argument will be we have free will under our system. These other systems of belief like atheism, they normally take a more deterministic worldview. I'm sorry, go ahead, yeah.
Okay, what's the difference between what you just said and a sociopath coming here and say, well, under my psychological state as a sociopath, the wrong that I do is actually justified. So what's the big deal? I mean, I don't follow that logic. I don't think that the internal critique works in this context.
The distinction is, instead of thinking about it from a pragmatic standpoint, we have to dive into epistemology. We need to speak about, you said why?
Yeah.
Okay, because looking at things from a pragmatic standpoint based off of outcomes, that doesn't mean that something is actually good, because you can do something for bad reasons which has good outcomes. So I can give money to charity, but I do it for pride. Well, is that really good under Christian ethics? Well, that wouldn't be good under Christian ethics, because we have a system of belief that determines the good. So even if things seems to work out, that doesn't mean that it's actually good. So if a woman, listen to this. No, listen, if a woman aborts her baby, right? She aborts her baby. And by her aborting her baby, she actually becomes a millionaire because she can work more hours. She can do the things that she wants to do.
Okay.
So the outcomes is that, well, this woman, she's single, independent. She has this freedom now because she doesn't have a baby. She doesn't have this burden on her, right? The outcomes will be good for her, but does it mean that her aborting the baby is good? No.
So
Under Christianity, her aborting her baby would be bad, even if she has good outcomes in her life.
So listen, so I feel like it's a little different when we're discussing bad versus good. So let's get back to the bad part. The point is that at what point did Jay make the argument that Marquett was wrong about for example, genocide being wrong, right? So he's challenging Marquett to reveal his epistemological position. But that's not really Marquett's job, right? If Jay disagrees that genocide is wrong, then he needs to make his case. He never actually made the case. The other thing he was doing, let me one other quick point. The other thing he was doing,
okay, that's fair,
which I really disagreed with, is that he kept coming back to this. They were going around in a circle a bit, and I have to say I was with Marquett on this.
Okay.
Jay was basically arguing that he had this whole argument that if two people rely on scripture for their moral belief, whatever, right? And those two positions are opposed, that it means that Christianity is not clear, and therefore Christianity doesn't teach, for
No,
example, that
that's
slavery
an
is wrong.
internal critique he was doing. That's an internal critique.
Okay. So, and I'm saying that logically it was kind of silly, because at the end of the day, let me
No,
just
no,
explain
no.
my
You-
position
you-
real quick. My
Oh,
position
but
is
real quick. Before you go on, I want you to understand that wasn't Jay's position. Jay was summarizing Marquett's position in doing it by doing an internal critique by stating that, well, if it's the case that you believe that Christianity is unclear, which Marquette, Jay did get Marquette to admit that Christianity is unclear. And if it's the case that it is unclear, Christianity, the system, the values of beliefs is unclear, then Marquette, what grounds does Marquette have to say that slavery is bad
I'm gonna
if
tell
it's
you
the
now.
case that slavery under Christianity is
I'm going to tell you
unclear?
now. Yeah, I'm going to tell you now, right?
Sure,
If
go
you
ahead.
have an ideology under which it's unclear whether or not human trafficking people and mass rape and mass exploitation is wrong, then what you're looking at is an ideology that's bad certainly bad for the people who are being enslaved. So what I'm saying, in other words, is that something that produces bad results is bad, but also
Yeah, but that's
something
not
that produces
addressing
bad
Issa.
and good results is also
You're not
bad, right?
addressing the internal critique. I would agree with you. Jay
Mm-hmm.
Dyer's standpoint is that Christianity isn't unclear. His position is that Christianity is clear.
Yeah. So listen. So
Yeah.
I think that's where maybe the prompt could be better than, because it's like at the end of the day, if the prompt is Christianity good for all people? We're not talking about what appears on paper, because Christianity is more than what appears on paper. We have to look at how it's actually implemented into society, how it's practiced. And when we look at how it's practiced, you could really argue that it's been just as disastrous for mankind as something like communism or socialism, or whatever the case may be.
Well, you're making a leap.
Um,
You need to make that's the argument that Marquette made. And it's a easy argument to refute, because basically it's a genetic fallacy. It's a fallacious line of argumentation, because if it's the case that people do bad, right? There's a system of beliefs, ideology, and values. And there's people that do not act in accordance to the belief systems and values, but they say they're a Christian. This does not mean that the beliefs, values, and ideology is bad. For an
So
example.
what about the Papa Bull? What about
So
the
look-
Papa
look,
Bull?
so-
That's the actual church, right?
No. Look. So look. You have to.
Enslavement and mass murder.
You have to think of it this way. If I say that 1 + 1 = 2, you would say it does equal 2. Right? The system of math, of math is correct. You wouldn't have a problem with the system of math, would you?
No, not that math you just showed me.
Okay, got it. So 1 + 1 = 2. That's not a problem with that system of math.
Yeah.
But now, if there's people that they say that I believe that 1 + 1 = 2, I believe in the mathematics, but then on their test they say 1 + 1 = 17. Right? Well,
Yep.
these would be people that are flawed within their usage of mathematics, but the
Now, here's my
system, but
response.
listen, but the system of mathematics would not be flawed.
Here's my response. Suppose there is a particular institution responsible for defining mathematics and for developing mathematics, and that system itself says 2 + 2 is 17. Right?
So real quick,
if
so
they
real-
are the,
that's
hold on, let
a-
me just make my point.
that's
Let me just
a-
make my point. Hold on.
it's-
Let me make the point real quick. I'm not going to be
Yeah,
long.
okay, go
My
ahead.
point is that you can't keep trying to sever everyone who engages in Christianity in a way that's unflattering. You can't just abandon them and say, well, look, they're not following Christianity. No, the problem is that people who are duly authorized to speak on behalf of the doctrine, including the church itself, they have promoted and engaged in these same behaviors. You get what I'm saying? So it's not just theoretical. No, Christianity is about how you live. And we have centuries of evidence to see how do the proponents and the advocates of Christianity live? What have they done throughout history? We've seen them draw people in quarters, literally dismember them if they didn't bow to the Christian God. And then even if they did, then many times they'll still kill them. They would even rationalize it by, saving their eternal soul. Let's go ahead and
okay. Can I respond to what you said, or
so that they don't lose their salvation? Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So I see what you're saying, and that would be true, right? So, like, if it's the case that the system of math was untrue, well, then, all right, then it's untrue. This is why we need to speak about. It's hard to divorce the true from the good. So, if it's the case that the system of math, I'll elucidate that a little bit, but let me land my plane. If it's the case that the system of math is true, right? Then, well, it's good to know math, and math. It's good to know one plus one equals two. We would all say, yeah, it's good to be able to like measure things. It's going to be good for many different things, for society, for your own, on an individual basis, for everything. So that's why it's like when you're speaking about the true and the good, they kind of work hand in hand, but you have to actually determine what is true in order to know the good. So when Marquett abandoned the true, he actually abandoned the good as well. I'll explain real quick. I'll let you land your plane. Yeah, I'll let you land your plane. Let me just get this out and elucidate my point. When you abandon the true, you do, in a way, abandon the good, because how do you determine what is actually good if you don't know what is true at all? If you don't have a system to determine, a reference point of what is actually good. If it's actually good, then, well, if I say that this is good, well, is that true? Or is it false? Well, no, it's true. Okay, what's your system of reference point to determine that it's good? So the true and the good, real quick, Issa, I'll let you land your plane. I'm just trying to listen to understand, not to respond. So I'm just saying that the true and the good, they tend to work hand in hand. Now, to fully just flush this out for you, what I'm saying here is that you can go ahead and try to attack math or attack Christianity. That's great. But you would have to show what's flawed about mathematics itself and what's flawed about Christianity itself, which is divorced from the people doing math and divorced from the people saying they're Christians. So tell me how you determine that 1 + 1 doesn't equal 2 by just looking at 1 + 1, by looking at people do 1 + 1 equaling 17. How do you determine the system of math is incorrect?
Okay, so I think what you're doing, you're changing the prompt because you're making the debate about the doctrine of Christianity when it wasn't necessarily limited to just the doctrine.
It's not limited to it, but it's about it's both.
Let me get it out. Let me get it real quick. Yeah,
sure, go ahead.
At the end of the day, though, I don't remember the exact words, but the key point was that whether or not Christianity was good for all people. So when we say whether Christianity is good for all people, we're not talking about theoretically if you just follow the doctrine and you implement it perfectly. No, we have, this is where I agree with Marquett, we have history to look at, right? So we can look at the last 2,000 years of Christian history. That's Christianity. Christianity isn't necessarily just New Testament writings. That doesn't
make any sense. That's nonsensical.
It actually makes perfect sense.
Listen, how does that make sense? It's also a genetic fallacy. If you're saying that we can look at the actions of something to determine the system of something, then if you say that we have to look at the outcomes of people to determine if the system of the thing is true or good, that is a genetic fallacy.
You completely changed what I said. So first of all,
I did not change what you said, Issa.
Coolly, I didn't say anything about true, right? What we're talking about is good. See, here again, I'm going to draw the distinction that Marquett did, right? Where,
what's the distinction between true and good?
The distinction the distinction is, so your position that the two are connected, it's actually nonsensical.
They go hand in hand. It's not nonsensical. Go ahead.
They absolutely don't. So for example, right, I can say that it is true that if I take a gun, I point it at someone, pull the trigger, they die. That does not mean that that's good.
We're not speaking about that. We're speaking about No, okay. So again, you have a hard time with understanding of having
Sure I do.
from a pragmatic standpoint. I can say that. Well, yes, true and good can be totally divorced from one another.
Yeah, they're not
Again, from a
related.
philosophical standpoint, when we're actually, because what is actually true and what is actually good? They're just concepts in our mind. You can't touch, taste, or smell what is true and what is good.
How were
You
they
can't-
connected, though?
You
Explain how
can't
they're
do
connected.
it. So again, if we're speaking about from a philosophical standpoint, if we're speaking about what is good, right? If you say that, well, this is good. Well, okay, I got to ask you, well, how do you know that that's good? And if we're speaking about epistemology, which is the theory of how do you know something, well, that's going to come down to truth. What's your justified true belief for how you determine for that thing that you're referencing to be good? What's your reference point?
Okay,
So
I
this
feel
is
like
why,
you're
real
talking
quick.
mumbo-jumbo,
I'm
goobly
not
gog.
talking
Listen,
mumbo jumbo. You just don't understand the questions
Connect
that I'm
true, connect true with good.
All right,
Explain why something has to be true in order to be good.
I'm gonna be honest with you, bro. Just study epistemology, bro, because everything I said was very coherent. It was, bro.
Epistemology
I'm being honest
is not
with you,
the
bro.
only path to get here. Listen, I get it.
Well,
You
wait,
hear
wait,
these
wait, time out,
words,
time out.
right?
Real quick,
And they
Issa,
sound
if
interesting to you.
epistemology
You know what I mean?
isn't the way to
So
get
then
to
you
truth,
run with it. You
Issa,
know?
listen, Issa, if epistemology is not the way to get to truth, please let me know
get
how
to
to.
good.
No, listen.
Good.
Even-
we are discussing whether or not Christianity is good.
Listen,
You're
listen.
arguing there's a connection between true and good. I'm
I
saying
just
it's nonsense.
asked you. Okay, if it.
I can't hear anything. Sound went out. One of us was frozen, or both of us.
Yo, yo.
Okay, I hear you now. Okay. Go
Isn't
ahead.
any?
I hear you now. Yeah.
Are you sure? Because something is wrong.
I
Give me-
assume
give me
you
one-
GPT in, but go ahead.
No one was ChatGPT, and you bugging now. Give me 1 second here, because my mic, it didn't show that it was on. Let me bring this guy up I'll bring you up this again real quick. Let me bring up Wicked. Did my audio go off?
Yeah, you froze for a second. Your mic is good now. It happened a few times where you would just pause. You was just a quick froze.
Okay.
But you're good now.
Okay, it was just a quick freeze. Okay. Let me
Quick freeze.
let me bring this guy back up. Okay, so I'll put you backstage real quick, Wicked. I'll bring you, unless you want to stay up.
I got a question for Issa real quick.
Real quick.
Okay.
Let us just handle this real quick, and then I'll bring you back up with your question.
All right.
Go ahead, Issa. You were saying something.
Yeah. So I'm saying that it's your position. So you're fusing true and good, and I'm saying there's no such connection.
No. I'm
It's certainly
asking you
not required.
Okay, look. How do you know what's actually good versus what's bad? How do you know that?
Okay, so I'm saying that there are many different things that people can appeal to, but you yourself said the key word, right? Earlier
No,
on.
how about you answer
said
my
a
question?
Key word, and this is me answering it, right? You
Okay, go
listen to
ahead.
get the answer. So
Sure.
you mentioned this term pragmatism, and I'm saying that there is nothing wrong, right, with taking a position that at the end of the day, genocide causes massive human suffering. Right?
You're not answering my
Hear me
question.
out.
Wait.
I'm telling
That's
you right
not
now. I'm telling
You're
you right now.
obfuscating.
I'm telling you right now. No.
How
are
do you
trying to
how
stop
do
me
you
from
know
answering.
what's good? How do you know what's
Listen
good,
again.
Issa?
Listen again.
Issa, just answer the question. How do you know what's
You
good?
ready? Now, listen again. Right? Epistemology is not the only path that you can take here. You heard
Wait,
the word.
what other?
You
what
heard-
others?
and I-
what
and
else
I
would
just
you do
told
to
you.
determine the good? How do you epistemology?
There is the-
Epistemology is the theory of knowledge. I'm asking
Okay,
you, how do you
all
know
right,
what
and
is
I'm
good?
going to answer that. Let me simplify it, right? If somebody walks up to you, you out to dinner with your wife, they slap your wife on the ass, right? If you're trying to determine whether or not their behavior is good, are you going to appeal to epistemology, or you are going to say
You don't understand
this is
epistemology.
inherently wrong? Epistemology is about determining knowledge, and I'm saying that in your attempt, right, in your
Yo.
attempt to pander to these people, you are clinging
Okay.
on to these
All right,
terms
so
to
stop
dear life 'cause you
obfuscating,
think
Issa.
that they make
Issa.
sense.
All right,
You know?
Issa.
All right. Yeah.
If we're gonna
Okay.
have the back and forth, I answered all of your questions. Can you answer one of my question? Right?
Yes.
How do you know what is good versus what is bad. Please elucidate that for me.
Yeah. One way is that we can look at the impact that it has on people. That's one way. We can look at the impact it has on people.
Okay, so the timeouts, real quick. The impact that it has on people, let's just use that. If it's the case, what determines the good is the impact that it has on people. So if it's a woman and she, real quick, if there's a woman and she's raped, but she enjoys it, how do we determine if grape is bad or good? Okay, so you're saying that it's against her will, but it happened to feel good, right? No. Listen. It's very simple. You said that a way you said that a way for us to determine what is good versus what is bad is to look at outcomes, essentially. Yeah. Okay. Now, if it's the case that a woman is raped, forcefully pinned down and raped, but she thought it was good, what determines grape to be bad? Okay, so a couple of responses. The first response is this. The outcome that it has on a victim is not limited to the way that it makes them feel in the moment, right? If you want to look at, if you want to look up data on the impact that sexual violation that's fine. So answer the question. Okay, got it.
This is literally me answering it, and you're cutting me off trying to stop me.
I'm not cutting you off.
Yeah. So
again, you just we agreed. No, listen. We just stop filibustering. Stop filibustering. Stop it. You're not answering. The woman. This is me answering it. The outcome of the act of grape was actually good. She liked it and he loved it. Tell me. Okay, listen real quick. You're saying that it's not just because something feels good. I agree, but please. Okay, look, but please demonstrate. Stop it. Please stop it. Please stop. Does not. Don't use an example. Answer the. Stop it. It's not. You're obfuscating.
Crack and it feels
all right, listen. So you got to get muted because you don't have any decorum. Have some decorum, the famous word here. And if I'm asking a question, answer the question. I'm asking you, if a woman you said that what determines the good versus the bad is outcomes. Well, guess what? She was taken advantage of without her consent. The outcome was she enjoyed it and he also enjoyed it. Why is grape bad? Please answer that question. Okay, you're unmuted.
Now, allow me to answer. Stop cutting me off because you can't deal with the responses.
You're not. So, you're begging the question.
I'm trying to answer, and you're still talking.
Let's see if you can do it.
So your question is no different than saying, well, how is
that's
crack
Gish Gallop, bro? That's just
again. You're doing
answer the question.
You're doing it again. You're doing it again.
Look.
This is
answer the question, bro. Answer the question.
It's just like asking, how is crack bad? Because it feels good to a crack when you're doing it, right? So my answer is this. The impact of something is not limited solely to the
begging the question. We know that. That's begging the question. That's a logical fallacy, which is begging the question. Now I got to put you on mute. It's a logical. So you have to understand logical fallacies. The logical fallacy is begging the question. That's what's in question. I agree that based off how you feel doesn't make it good. I agree to that. That's begging the means that you're not actually answering the question. You're just asking your statements is still what's in question. Do you get it? Your statement is still what's in question. So please tell me, how do you determine if grape is bad? Don't give me an analogy on something else. Just answer it. What determines grape to be bad under your system? Go ahead.
Now, I'm gonna say it again. We'll try this again. If your lack of discipline leads you to mute me again, then we might as well call it a day.
Oh, so bro, again, you're not answering a question.
I started out, you have to close your mouth, man. I get the impulse, low impulse and all
that. It's not slow impulse. Listen, right, answer the question.
Hush, I'm getting to it. Now,
answer it.
Now, I've already told you it is based on the impact that it has on humans, right? And what you're doing is that you're stuck on simply a sensation, and you're saying, well, look, if you feel a positive sensation,
that's in question. How do you determine the impact?
Listen again. All right, now
how do you determine the impact? Go ahead.
I am happy to Google some studies where we can look at the psychological and the sociological.
He doesn't have the answer, Sway. He doesn't have the answer. You don't have the answer. That's what's in question. How do you, this is what I'm trying to tell you, bro. You came up here many times before, but let me educate you because you're a black fella. And I love black people. I love all people. But as a man, it's effeminate to come up and not answer a dang question. That's feminine behavior. That's like what your chick do to you. So why you wearing that? What you mean why I'm wearing that? You insecure? What you mean why I'm wearing that? They try to like reverse it back on you. You doing what women do. How you gonna ask me what I'm wearing? I feel like that's stepping over my boundaries. Like, nigga, answer the question. You get one last chance to answer the question, bro. You're unmuted. I'm gonna give you a full 2 minutes to. This is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna put up my phone. You're gonna have a full minute to speak uninterrupted, and I'm gonna allow you to actually answer the question. Hold up. I'm gonna give you 1 full minute. And I'm gonna bring it up so people could see that you actually are gonna get a minute. Where my timer at? Here we go. Stopwatch. All right. Once I unmute you, you are currently unmuted. Your 1 minute starts. Answer the question. What determines grape to be good versus it to be bad?
There you go. Now, again, take it back to point again, the same point that keeps you befuddled since we started. It is a matter of the impact that it has on people. The impact that it has on people is not determined by a momentary sensation. Otherwise, you would essentially be arguing that crack or heroin are also good for people, right? So feel free to use those fingers of yours to do some research on the impact that sexual assault has on victims, regardless of whether or not sexually there was some sort of positive sensation. At the end of the day, when people's rights are violated, when people's bodies are violated, right, it produces insane results. We see psychological damage, we see emotional damage, we see physical damage, we see spiritual damage across the board. That said, if you believe rape is good, just like Dyer, and when it comes to genocide, it's up to you to prove it.
All right. You still didn't answer the question. Again, I'm going to ask you again. If a woman is raped, and you're saying that you utilize, under your system of belief, to determine what's true, to determine what's good versus what is bad, you utilize outcomes. Well, it depends on the outcome, right? Now, I'm asking you, how do we determine if grape is actually bad if the outcome is the woman enjoyed it, the man enjoyed it? How is that still bad? Under my worldview, for the low IQ people in the chat, grape is always bad. So there you go, under my worldview. Grape is always bad. And for me to justify grape always being bad, I utilize Christian ethics. There you go. And it's very simple. God said it's bad, thus it's bad. To make it very, very simple for you.
Rape was good until 2,000 years ago, when Christianity was invented.
For Christianity wasn't invented 2,000 years ago. For you, that's just a lie. For you, you would have to determine if grape is good versus it being bad. So what makes grape bad? Again.
We already answered, but since you said that you're determined.
All right, never mind, bro. He's never going to answer the question. Let me get Witkid up. It's pointless.
Oh, man.
Witkid.
Well, I was actually going to ask him, then by his outcome, it must be okay for incest, because what's the bad outcome for incest under his worldview? If there's no bad outcome, then he's got to be okay with that.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. If he's and this is when you take a pragmatist standpoint, you're looking at outcomes. Then, like, what system are you going to determine that? Are you going to use utilitarian ethics with harm principle? And then that's just going to reduce down to your own preferences. Is going to be subjective. So the only reason why grape is bad is because you feel like it's bad. That's all he's saying. He had no answer, but, well, grape is bad because blah, 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 it's bad. No, what is the system that determines it to be bad? In Christianity, a lot of things that feel good, that doesn't mean that it's good. A lot of things that feel bad, That doesn't mean that it's bad. For an example, disciplining your children, for all the folks in the chat that have kids. If you have children, as a father, we don't always feel good to spank our kids, but we know that it's a necessary good that has to be done. Meaning that you can feel bad about something and still do something good. Also, which means that you can feel good about something and also still do bad. But what determines the good and the bad? That's what I was asking him, and he had no epistemic justification what's good and what's bad other than, well, I feel like it's bad.
Well, he doesn't even know what epistemology is.
Yeah, he was
So
just...
he can't even answer it. So, but my thought is that I feel where Marquett had the biggest problem is he was arguing against the actions.
Hey, Wit Kid, you're cutting in and out. You're freezing on me, man. You're freezing on me, brother. Actually, maybe I'm frozen. I don't know.
I think it's you.
Yeah, you're freezing on me, but you're good now. Go ahead.
Okay. So, like I said, I think his problem is he was addressing the actions of some Christians and not actual Christianity teaching or belief itself. Now, anybody can identify as a Christian, which is where you were kind of going in the beginning of that conversation with him. So it's kind of hard when you can be like, oh, I'm a Christian, but if I do A, B, C, which is what Christianity teaches and says I should be doing, but I go, D, E, F, but call myself a Christian, am I really a Christian at that point? I would say no. Yeah. Just because you say you're a thing doesn't mean you're a thing. So I would have to go back to also what parts of Christianity is he trying to argue against? Because there are different, what's the word I'm looking for?
Denominations?
Denominations, yes, different denominations. Some of those denominations go against the teaching. So is that really Christianity? There's a bigger conversation than just is it good or bad? He was pretty much going off of I feel this way because of this, not I feel this way because this teaches this. It's people can also interpret something incorrectly. So if you're interpreting something incorrectly and you're acting on your own interpretation, not the actual interpretation, then you might be doing something that is wrong, which would be bad for somebody or yourself, but then isn't really the teaching or action of what Christianity actually is. So I feel that's where he had the biggest problem of going against actions, not teachings.
Yeah. And you have to make that distinction when you're speaking about, I'm just going to mute you real quick because I hear like your daughter in the background, which is fine. You have to be able to make a distinction between Christianity and Christians. If you cannot make that distinction, then you're usually going to fall into a genetic fallacy, which is just a logical fallacy. It's just a fallacious question or a fallacious line of argument. But we got a chat from Dane Snyder. He sends in 10. He says, Issa is a smart guy, no doubt. He's a thinker, but he's like most people in that he's just not very well philosophically developed. Like Marquett, he takes the feminine route of pragmatism. Yeah, so Issa, I don't think that Issa is dumb, the guy that was just up. I think that he just doesn't know what epistemology is. It's like, bro, I'm asking you a higher authority question. Like you have these pillars of beliefs, right? You have these beliefs and you have things that you believe that's good versus what is bad. You have things that you think are true versus what is false. But then there's these pillars that hold up your belief structures. And as a debater that deals with presuppositionalists and, debating people's presuppositions, we challenge you on your pillars that hold up your beliefs. So you say grape is bad. You say genocide is bad. Okay, I got it. I would actually agree that it's bad. But the question is, how do you know that that is bad and what actually makes it bad? What's your system of belief? What's your reference point within your system that determines it being bad other than how you feel about the thing? Because
Correct,
if that's the
'cause-
case, this is what I'm always trying to make examples of. If that's the case, like this channel has a lot of men. We not for the we not with none of that. We not for the gays, right? So if it's the case that the LGBTQ plus community can say that, well, homosexuality is good, if we don't have a reference point to say that, well, it's bad, other than our own feelings or taking some utilitarianism point of view, then it's just going to reduce down to our own preferences anyway. It's going to be, well, I don't like it because that's how I feel, I like it because I feel this way. Let me get to this other chat. It's not a super chat, but I think it was a good one. I seen it right under Dane's super chat. This is MyTube. He says, impact on humans, quotations. This was Issa argument, which determines the good versus the bad. The impact on humans. Impact on humans that's just relative anyway. What do you mean impact? It's subjective, right? So he's basically saying impact on humans is utilitarian ethics, a system he assumes is good on his own subjective view. Why is his system better than another? Booyah. Good. We got some high IQ people in the chat. It's very simple, folks. If you're going to say that certain things are bad or certain things are good, you need a reference point to determine the good versus the bad. And if you don't, in debates like this, you're going to get cooked just like Issa. Super simple. Super simple for all the other low IQ people that want to come up here and debate. Well, bro, we kind of know we kind of know that grape is bad. I agree that it's bad, but I have a reason. I have I can give an epistemic justification of why it's bad. I know why it's bad. Do you know why it's bad other than your own feelings? And they don't. It's a feminine point of view, right? Analogy, if you're in a relationship with a chick, she like, oh, I don't want you to hang out with your friends. Like, why you gonna play video games? I don't want you to do that. Well, why don't you want me to hang out with my friends? Because I don't feel like it. Shut up, chick. Go sit down. I don't give a freak about your feelings. The feminist is all in the feelings aspect. We're men. We're analytical, logical thinkers. We don't go based off of feelings. We need good, consistent, coherent reasons to justify our beliefs. So if you folks in here don't understand epistemology and don't understand JTB, which is it's one of the principles under epistemology, then you're just going to fail miserably each time. And I'm not smart, chat. I just learned this in a year. Like, I'm not the smartest person out there, chat. I learned all of this in a year. I lost some debates. I came back stronger. This is what you dorks got to understand. You're going to lose some debates. But it's up to you to look in the mirror to determine why the freak you lost the debate. Super simple. I took L's and I'm like, you know what? I never want to take that L again. If I believe something, like when we think about the things that we believe in, I don't want to just believe in things that I have no good reason to believe in them. Like, I don't like, atheists always like to say like, well, Christianity is silly, like some God in the sky. Like, you can't like determine Christianity by using any rationality. Yes, I can, with the transcendental argument for God. It's like, no, Christianity is very rational. But you guys are freaking dumb. My bad for the rant. Epic rant, though. Epic rant. Go ahead, Wait Kid. You're off of mute.
So
My bad for the rant.
I would say one thing though. We should let him know that epistemology is not the study of epistles.
Oh, that's what he probably thought, right? I seen some people in the chat that probably thought that. The study of epistles.
So that's the first thing that you need to know. It's not the study of the epistles.
Yeah. So funny, man. But listen, I don't think we got anyone else in here. I think that's it. Let me see. I'll keep you backstage. Don't go nowhere. I'm sure I can trigger somebody.
Yeah, I'm gonna go get my son to bed real quick. I'll be listening. I'll jump back on real quick if I need to. I'm here. So
fair enough. All right, chat. Sorry for the rant. Because it's like, bro, how many examples and analogies do I have to give to explain the level of question that's being asked? Like, I don't think it's an IQ problem. I think it's a spiritual problem. You niggas don't want to get to the freaking truth. It's a freaking spiritual problem that's blocking you from the truth. I believe it's good because I believe it's good. We all know what's good and what's like, no, we don't. How do you know? There's a freaking whole island, Papua New Guinea, where it was good under this island to, do fellatio for the kids to do fellatio acts to grown adults as a rite of passage to become a warrior. It was basically pedophile within this entire island for many years. Decades. And the kids thought it was good. The people in the tribe thought it was good for kids to do fellatio on male adults. This is good. They felt good about it. Okay, we're in America. We know that that's not good. Well, what's the distinction? How do we determine that that's really bad versus it being good? Is it based off of outcomes? Well, listen, the outcomes in Papua New Guinea was great because guess what? The kids, if they did the acts, they got what they wanted. They were able to become a warrior. Does that mean that pedophilia is good? No. It's not freaking based off of outcomes. Oh, man. What's going on here, chat? What's going on? All right, we got some super chats. Let me get to some of these. They're in here piling up. It's a L. Yeah, he took a smooth L. I think I've debated him like 2 years ago before too. He ain't dumb. He just, but I believe that he's a male feminist anyway. Like I believe that. Yeah, I debated him. Like I was actually speaking to a male feminist. The guy, Issa, that was up, the black guy, he is a full male feminist. Like he believes that Kamala Harris would probably have done better than Trump or would be a better candidate than Trump. Like he's like full on like, like women are like equal to men type stuff. Like I remember our debates in the past. But of course he would believe that, of course he would take the pragmatist approach and say that, well, it's based off of outcomes. Women feel good about it and it's good for our GDP for women to be in a workforce, then it must be good because the outcomes are good. Like think about this, right? I can make so many arguments. Well, women in the workforce, they are holding off from having a family and children, and they're utilizing their most fertile years to chase college and their career. And the outcome is that, well, it's GDP rate goes down. GDP up, birth rate down. So you see negative side effects on the outcomes. So any action that you take, there's going to be many different outcomes. How do you even determine which outcome is good versus which outcome isn't? If it's just based off of, I have so many questions for these utilitarian folks. How do you determine that, right? So I don't want to call it a low IQ thing. I'll call it a spiritual thing. Just like I think that homosexuality is like a spiritual thing. I think that these pragmatists, they suffer from a spiritual thing. Because they can be smart people. These atheists, they're extremely smart. These deists, they're extremely smart. These feminists, they can be extremely smart. But there's a spiritual problem here, folks. Right? Spiritual problem. So, and if you think about it, a lot of these folks, the feminists, they're not really Christians. And some of them, are or whatever. Say that they are, but are they? You go to these Pentecostal churches, you see women preaching like, what? That doesn't even make any sense. You look at the atheists, right? Yeah, they could do good things. Everyone can do good, but that's great. But when you're having a debate, you need to be able to determine the good versus the bad. But anyways, I digress. Let's get to some of these super chats. And also, if anyone wants to come up and let me know, it isn't really debate, but Issa came up and basically he wanted to debate. But if you guys want to come up and let me know, who do you think won the debate, Jay Dyer or Marquett? Come up and just let me know your thoughts. I'm gonna continue to stay live for just a little bit longer, and then I'm gonna go ahead and wrap up. So we got a lot of super chats, so I'm gonna bring up a few more folks. I think someone just came in, and then I'm gonna read super chats. But give me 1 second here. I do want to take a quick bathroom break. I've been streaming for 3 hours now. So, uno momento, por favor. Gracias. Okay, chat. Welcome back. Let's talk about the Lindsey Clancy case. Yeah, we can get into that too. I got some time for that. Let me see here. Get this guy up real quick. You're on mute. Welcome to No Fugazee Podcast. Just take yourself off mute. Let me get your name and where you from, man?
Due Diligence, Oklahoma.
Hey, man, what's going on with you? Who do you think won that debate, Marquett or Jay Dyer, and your reasons why?
I mean, I feel like it kind of was a stalemate because they couldn't move forward. It was circular, and it was just like impasses. One person would ask a question, the other one wouldn't answer. The other one would answer with a question. So it was just like, it just stayed in phase one. It just stayed at the beginning. So I don't feel like there was a legit winner because no one was really addressing the questions. But if I really had to, I feel like Jay Dyer was really kind of like at least giving him some decent rebuttals and some philosophical debate rebuttals. And like you said, I don't think Marquett was really ready to debate on a debate level. He just was like, hey, answer my question in this way. And whenever Dyer challenged him, with his debate rebuttals, like on the fallacies and stuff like that, he wouldn't respond to the so-called fallacies that he was making, according to Jay Dyer. So,
okay, all right, fair enough, man. All right, man. Well, listen,
I had a
thanks.
question for you on the previous. Do you mind if I question you about dude's position as far as just like the good, how he determines what's good in his system?
Yeah, you could ask me any question you want. Go ahead.
So, if I was him, I would have answered the question like this. I would have said, good in my system is based on social contract. And
okay.
And to me,
do you want me to tell you how that system is flawed?
Sure.
Okay. If it's the case that the good is determined by social contract, which is consensus, what we agree on, then slavery will be good, bro.
So I beg to differ because I think we live in a consensus society. That's pretty much what democracy is. And also, people learn from the wrongs. Just because I'm not saying I have an absolute system, I'm saying the general consensus is what all societies go by in their society, and that's good
Yeah.
enough for
So,
me.
and I'm saying that if that's the case, deal with what I'm saying. I understand what you're saying. I can repeat it back. You're saying that what determines the good is general consensus. What we agree is good versus what is bad. So if we all agree that slavery is good, then it's actually good. And what I'm telling you is if that's the case, then under that system to determine the good versus the bad, it's just consensus. If we agree, then slavery under this system would be good. If we all agree that slavery is bad, slavery will be bad under this system. So, and it would stretch out further. Say if we all agree that we gonna run a train on your wife, you just set yourself up. It's consensus, majority rules. The majority said that we're about to run a train on due diligence wife. What you got to say? You just agreed to that system to determine the good versus the bad. So it sets you up. Your daughter can be raped. These things can happen, but it will be no consequences for it happening because the majority of people said it's good. It's nonsensical to have a belief like that. And you see how easily it falls apart?
When it's framed that way, kind of, but I don't agree with that because you could say the same thing about Christianity at different points in history. At different points in history, Christians were okay with slavery. Christians were okay with witch hunts. Christians was okay with a lot of atrocities that they don't accept anymore. And I feel like
so you're making you're equivocating. I know real quick. You've equivocated on Christianity and Christians. Christianity is not giving any oughts that slavery is good. And if we're speaking about slavery within biblical scriptures, there's a distinction to like the modern day slavery to how slavery was back then, how it says certain things in the Bible. Like if you owe someone a debt, you pay that off. You're their slave. You get what I'm saying? So there's many different distinctions and you have to have the right interpretation. If you're only using your own subjective way to interpretate the scripture, you can interpret it wrong. This is why we have church tradition and history within the biblical scriptures. And we have divine command within Christianity itself anyway. So it's not subjective, it's objective. It's not based off of our own feelings or consensus of what we agree on. It's an objective standard, which that would be divine command.
Right. It sounds good, right? And it feels good. But God is absolutely not objective. That's only in your paradigm, right? I feel like Christianity is dogmatic, right? But there's a lot of people that don't agree with it, and there's no way that you can prove it is objective in any manner. So I believe that both of our systems are subjective, except you get your rules and regulations out of a book, and I can just say, hey, let's come together as a group. Right, and decide if
that's a little nonsensical because if you say that real quick, I know. Listen, real quick. If you
haven't let me finish a thought,
I got you. Listen, if you say that it's subjective, well, is that an objective standard that it's subjective?
Well, we're talking about each other's.
Is it objectively subjective?
No.
Okay, so therefore, what you said was nonsensical. How do you now? I need to ask you. How do you know that it's subjective?
What exactly?
Okay, you just said that Christianity is basically subjective. Morals are subjective, right?
No, I said Christianity, but you asked me the question, so let me answer. Right?
But you're making an objective claim to state that something is objective. I'm asking you, how do you know that it's objective, divorced from your own mind?
No, I said both of our positions is subjective.
How do you know?
And then, so I could just challenge you on his face. I would say prove God, and you would give me some subjective answer.
No, I'll give a coherent, consistent, rational argument, which is the transcendental argument for God.
But we're talking about objectivity versus subjectivity. So you
just asked me a question. I just told you.
But you asked me.
It would be rational.
But we're not talking about rationality. We're talking about objectivity. Those are two
Yeah.
different things.
Okay, so let me just go ahead and let me give it to you then. So when we're speaking about the transcendental argument, and I'm saying that, well, this is a rational, logical way to demonstrate the Christian God. You said that, well, it's subjective. Well, let me ask you, is logic subjective or is logic objective?
Well, I can say logic is subjective also, and I can give you some examples.
So logic is subjective? Okay, go ahead.
There
Like,
are
I'm
different-
speaking about...
Let me.
Okay, go
Let
ahead.
me answer the question.
Sure, go ahead.
So you have different societies that have their own logic. For example, when you go to the East, they have all these different type of remedies, right? And they think that it's logical in their approach, and you can't prove it wrong one way or the other. Also, you got different peoples that have their own moral systems when you go around the world. So I would just use examples like these, and I would say that it's no different from Christianity. It's the same thing.
What are the 3 classical laws of logic?
I don't know.
Okay. It's the law of identity, the law of excluded middle, and the law of non-contradiction. So if you are saying that logic itself is subjective because there's other countries or societies that have their own systems of logic, I would say that I know about many different systems of logic, and the majority of the other systems of logic, they incorporate the 3 classical laws of logic. There's other systems of logical systems that reject, like the law of non-contradiction or the law of excluded middle. But when we put those logical systems to the test, they normally end up incoherent and illogical themselves. So logic governs thoughts. It governs the way we think. So the law of identity, the law of non-contradiction, and the law of excluded middle, that isn't subjective. The 3 classical laws of logic is 100% objective.
So cool. So let's just be straightforward, because the question is, the nuts and bolts of the conversation is, how do you know in your system what's good? Talking about me. And I would switch the same question to you. Because
You still haven't answered my question.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. So again, you said that logic is subjective. Do you want me to demonstrate how logic is objective? Maybe you need a demonstration.
Yeah, because I was just about to do the opposite. That's why I was contrasting, giving the dichotomy of what you believe.
Okay, so you were going to try to refute the laws of logic?
No, sir. I was going to show how your position as Christianity being objective.
But that's not what's in.
This is what's in question, because we're talking about what's good according to your system, and how do you determine
overall that's what's in question. But remember, remember your claim was that Christianity is subjective because you can't prove the Christian God. I said, yeah, I can deal with the transcendental argument. And the transcendental argument is a rational, logical argument to justify God and give an account, an epistemic justification for the Christian God, for Jesus Christ.
Hold on.
Real quick.
You see how you do that? But you said, I asked you, I said Christianity, from your Christianity position, that you can't prove God. And then you said, I can.
Just
I will
doing
give
it.
an epistemic, reasonable, logical explanation that justifies, not proof. Not proof.
No, well, I'm getting there. This will be proof.
Well, I'm saying your answer, the question was proof, and you gave justification. So let's get to proof.
Yeah. So do you think that proof is only empirical, or do you think that there's other ways to prove things other than just empirical evidence?
I don't know if it will be proof. I think it will be beyond a reasonable doubt type issue.
Okay. Do you only believe in things that you can observe, or do you believe in things that you can't observe?
Both. I believe in things that I can and can't observe.
Is there any empirical proof for logic?
No.
There isn't, right? But you still believe in logic.
To a degree.
Wait, you don't believe? You're using logic right now to interpret my sentences and to speak sentences, so you are utilizing logic.
correct. But whenever you asked me earlier, I gave you examples of different society
that didn't refute the three classical laws.
With their logic.
They
So
do
saying,
not.
Yes.
They do not reject the three classical laws of logic, and if they
I didn't say that they did.
I got it. But there are systems that do, though.
Well,
the
I'm
systems.
not talking about the ones that do, but
I got it. Listen. If you're not talking about the systems that reject the three classical laws of logic, then you're confirming that the three laws of logic are objective, correct?
So I think you can get to truth by different means other than logic. Also, I think different systems have their own truths, and they just as beautiful as Christianity.
How are you going to get to truth void of logic? Explain that.
I think that people have come to truth in many different ways, and I think that people get to a truth at one point in time that they think is truth, but then turns out not to be the truth. And I feel like that's how humans evolve, and I think that that's okay.
No, that's not my question. How are you going to do that void of logic? How are you going to be able to justify what you believe to be true void of logic?
I agree, Cooley, but what I'm also saying, I believe that that's a true statement, Cooley, but I'm saying also with logic, we have come to conclusions that have been false. Also.
No. This is why we have the three classical laws of logic to determine what is true versus what is false.
It doesn't, because you can't use.
No, listen, real quick. Let me elucidate this for you. The three classical laws of logic govern our thoughts. If you make a claim or a proposition, and like, let's say the law of identity, right? I'm David, therefore you cannot be David. If I'm David and you say that you're David, we now know that you violated one of the laws, which would be you now contradicted yourself. Well, no, you now violated the law of identity. Because I'm David, you cannot be David, right? If you say that a proposition is true and it's also false, you now violated the law of non-contradiction, right? So what I'm saying is the logic is a system that governs thought. This is why we have logical fallacies, right? So we can determine, if the person's question or argument is actually fallacious. Okay. You get what which means Absolutely. Incoherent or illogical. So listen, let me finish. I'm asking you
You're gonna have to let me finish when you let me respond.
I was letting you speak, man. I'm asking you a higher authority question on logic itself, right? And you just said that you have no empirical evidence for logic. Okay, correct. We don't have any empirical evidence for logic. But under my worldview, I can give an account, an epistemic justification for this tool that we use, logic, right? And I ground logic within God. I ground logic within Christianity. I can run through the tag argument with you, but I don't think that you have the capability to even understand it because you didn't even know the three classical laws of logic. So I'm going to not even run the tag argument with you. I'm just going to say that you believe in things that you have no empirical proof for. So why are you saying that we need empirical proof to determine what's actually true or good or bad? We don't need empirical proof for that. We have other systems of belief to determine the true and the good.
So I never said we needed empirical data in order to determine the truth.
Okay, so how do you
said you're not going to let me finish? I'm finna explain it.
Okay, go ahead. All right, go ahead, man.
And number one, I said that my system is a consensus system. So how would that be saying empirical data determines the truth when I said we live in a democracy and democracy helps us determine what we should do and what we shouldn't do? I shouldn't say the truth. So I'll take that back. But
okay, it is. Real quick, let me just correct you.
Let me finish, Cooley.
No, listen, bro. Listen. I know, just listen. Let me correct you because I don't want to let this go on too much. If you just stated that the system that you have to determine the good versus the bad is based off of consensus, majority rule, this is a system that you can empirically, right? Empirics that you can empirically observe. Well, majority said yes, thus is good. Fewer people said no, thus is bad. That's what it would be. It's empiricist. You get what I'm saying? It's under the branch of utilitarianism. That's all you're using, bro. It's based off of how the freak you feel. It's subjective. Majority rules is subjective. It reduces down to your own preferences. That's what I'm trying to elucidate for you, my friend. But you're off of mute. That's all I wanted to say. Go ahead.
That's absolutely what I said. How can it not be subjective if I say that I'm okay with a democracy? But furthermore, let's critique yours, because you're talking about you follow logic, right? And that's how you determine what is truth. But you also believe in a lot of...
I didn't say that.
You also believe in a lot of nonsense, because there's also a bunch of supernatural stuff in the text, right? So you can't use logic to determine if Jesus walked on water. Is that true? You can't use logic to determine if God is all-seeing, all-powerful, all-knowing. None of these things can prove these things are even true. What you believe. So the same standard that you use in logic for me, which I say my stuff is subjective, and I'm okay with that. But it's you that think yours is objective, and you cannot prove not even close to a shadow of a doubt. It's all nonsense. But the difference between you and me, Cooley, I'm okay with mine being with my brothers determining what the truth is, and then we push that onto the world. And when you look in history, that's what everybody has done, including Christianity.
Yeah, so God is the basis for logic, right? And when we're speaking about, you just said that you can't prove that God walked on water, so all of your beliefs is dogmatic. Again, you can't prove logic itself. So you believe in logic, but you don't believe in the Christian God. So let's speak about logic, right? Because logic, it seems it's in the category what you would call that, well, that's some like ooh-wah type stuff. That's like magic, walking on water. Logic is very similar to that if you think about it.
No, it's conceptual.
Okay, it's conceptual. Now, is it immaterial? It would be immaterial.
That's what conceptual is.
Is it invariant?
In what way?
Invariant means that, does it apply at all times? Is logic invariant?
Anyway, get to your point. Get to the point.
Well, no, this is good. We need to speak about logic itself so we can determine the ontology of what logic actually is. So you said it's conceptual, which is it's immaterial. It's a concept. But is it invariant? Does it apply at all times? Is there any time in the universe, real quick, let me ask you.
I'm answering the question. It doesn't.
It doesn't. Okay. If you say that logic isn't invariant, is there any time that 1 + 1 wouldn't equal 2?
That don't have nothing to do with logic. That has everything to do with mathematics.
Again, you cannot have.
That is mathematics.
So you speak like you know a lot, but you know little. So let me educate you. You cannot have math if you don't have logic. The law of identity. How do you identify a unit of 1 if you don't have the law of logic? So you're incorrect. You're just incoherent babble. So logic, if you have logic, you have the system of math, because you can't have math without logic, right? They would infer, math would infer that we have, logic would infer that we have math.
There are plenty of people who don't have math that are plenty logical. You can go and look at some tribes that don't know nothing about math.
Did we create math, or was math discovered?
I just answered your question. So one does not dictate the other. No, one does not.
All right. So if we have math, right? Let me ask you, how can we have math if we don't have logic? How can you identify one particular and another particular and say that this adds up to 2? How can you do that without the law of identity?
So the question that you asked me, if you have logic, you got to have math, and that's just not true.
No,
so
we
let's
have.
Just move on to the next one.
No, listen. Don't run. Don't run.
To have one to have the other.
No,
that's
listen. Don't run. The question is very simple. You do not. You do not have math if we don't have logic. You need logic to get to math. Again, logic, the first law of logic is the law of identity, right? So, well, if you don't have the law of identity and you are incapable as a human agent to identify one particular and another particular, one unit of something and another unit, then you would never get to math itself. You can never say that 1 + 1 = 2 at all. You couldn't even say that you have 1. Do you get it? So what I'm trying to tell, I'm trying to educate you, brother, and say that you're just wrong.
One does not determine the other. Yes, you can use logic to get to math, and that's fine. But one doesn't have to be there for the other.
Okay, let me ask you this: was logic a human construct? Is this something that we created?
I think it's something that we developed.
Okay, if we developed it over time, like through evolution.
Well, I wouldn't say evolution. I would say all you have to do is look at a child, and if you have seen a child grow up,
okay.
They can learn logic. Logic is learned through trial and error. If I burn myself, that's bad. If
no, that's not logic.
Together,
little kids, when they're born, can they identify their mother from their father?
I don't know. I would say no.
Can they identify a boob versus a freaking microphone?
No. No.
You're just wrong, man. Kids have the ability to identify things. We're basically born with it. Now, over time, does that develop more? Yes, it develops more, but logic itself. Yeah, I got kids. So listen, but logic itself.
Kids automatically know everything out the room, or do they have to learn the majority of what they ever going to know? They have to learn it. What are you talking about?
I'm simply saying.
Can a child distinguish between the mother and the father? If you have an infant, what age are we talking about? Infant? Like what age are we talking?
Can the mother identify? I'm sorry. Can the child identify the mother? Can the child identify any particulars in the universe?
It depends on what age that you're talking about, because child can be from infant to.
Can a child identify any particulars in the universe? Yes or no?
Of course.
Let's just say a newborn. They can, right? So if they can,
an infant cannot know. I would disagree
so wait,
with that.
An infant can identify.
What can an infant identify?
An infant. Listen to this.
No.
I agree.
What can an infant identify?
Listen, I agree.
What can an infant identify?
I just told you. I agree with you that over time, human beings, the ability for us to utilize logic grows greater over time as we age. Of course, the frontal lobe, we develop like a young little baby, the ability for a little infant to differentiate something she or he identified versus the five-year-old is going to be vastly different. But what I'm saying is, just to if a little kid, right? I'm going to explain. If a little baby,
go back to an infant. Yeah.
I'm trying to tell you, if an infant can put its mouth on a bottle or on some nipples and suck from it, did the baby identify that to do the action? Yes or no?
I think babies do that instinctually. That if you put a finger in their mouth, they're going to suck it.
Okay.
If you put a bottle in their mouth, they're going to suck it. If you put a pen in their mouth, they're going to suck it. Whatever you put in the infant's mouth, they're going to suck it.
Listen, bro.
An infant
You're
can't
so
even make
slow.
it to a.
The law of identity has more to do than just your eyes. We have 5 senses: seeing, touching, tasting, and smelling. I can identify something with my eyes closed if I touch it. That's still the law of identity. You're so slow that I don't even know why we're speaking about this right now, because it's nonsensical, bro. You just got destroyed. Infants have the ability to utilize logic. If that's the case, they can identify something. If that's the case, then did we create logic, or was logic something that we discovered? Is it kind of part of our ontology as a being to access logic. Do you get what I'm saying here? But yeah, man, go ahead.
I already told you I believe we developed it, but you wouldn't accept it.
Is logic a created human concept?
You calling me slow, but I just said we developed
If we develop it, that's fine. Is it created?
I don't think logic is not something that you can create.
Okay, got it. Good, we agree. So now, if it's the case that logic isn't something we create, it's something that more of like we discover over time, right?
I said we develop it. Why are you not listening to me?
Okay, so real quick, is this development, would that be over time as well?
Correct.
Okay, got it. So then logic is invariant, right? It wouldn't be a time where it wouldn't be a time within the universe that logic wouldn't exist, correct?
I believe logic is fickle.
Bro, I'm about to.
You won't let me engage none. You got me in the hot seat, but I can't rebuttal without you just bulldozing over me. Can I give you the reason why?
All right. I'm be honest, bro. Let's just get to the root of it. So, it's just this point right here. I'm just gonna speak because you don't know. Like, I'm asking questions to maybe see if I can get you to say the actual right answer, but you just don't, like, you're not thinking, like your critical thinking skills are just not there. So listen, bro. Logic is immaterial. It's a concept. I agree with you. It's also invariant, which means that it applies at all times. There's not a time where logic would not exist. Logic is also universal, which means that it's everywhere. Logic would apply in China, also in Mars. There's not a time where logic wouldn't apply.
Can I say one thing to that? Which
sure, go
ahead. I agree with you, coolly. But here is my exception to that.
Okay,
rule.
listen, got it. So listen, if you agree, let's just stick to the point. Listen to the point. If you agree, let's just get to the argument, because that's what I want you to get on, bro. Just stop talking. If you agree about the ontology of things, I'm trying to make the argument to you that when you're saying that, well, bro, it's irrational and illogical for God to walk on water. That wouldn't correlate to that wouldn't be logical at all. Logic itself, you don't find in the material world. Logic itself is universal. It can't be held in a human mind. Logic itself does not derive from human mind. And you just said that it's a concept. Does concept exist in minds? Yes or no?
If you're not going to let me finish my train of thought.
Does concepts exist in minds? Does concepts exist in minds? Yes or no?
If you're not going to let me finish my train
I know,
of
but
thought,
you just answer the question. Does concepts exist in minds? Yes or no?
I'm not going to answer your question. Just kick me off.
Okay. Can a concept exist anywhere else other than a mind?
Can people be logical, believing that they are right and also be wrong?
That's not, you're so dumb, bro. Do concepts exist in minds?
There are plenty of people who thought they were being logical.
This is sad. This is right, bro. This is sometimes like you're trying to teach these black folks, the whites, everybody, you're trying to teach them things and they just don't understand. They don't get it. They don't want to answer certain questions. It's very effeminate. Do concepts exist in minds? The answer is yes. A concept can't exist anywhere else other than a mind. Now, the type of concept logic is universal. It's invariant. It's immaterial. Human beings were finite. So we know that, well, we didn't create it, which he admitted to. We know that we didn't develop it like over time. No, logic is just there and we utilize it as a tool. So it's not really developed by human beings at all. He was just wrong on the whole development thing. But as far as like from the human life, from an infant to an adult, yeah, you'll be able to utilize logic better. You'll be able to have a better grasp of that tool as you get older. Hopefully, unless you're like him, which he still doesn't have a grasp of it. But so if it's the case that we agree on the ontology of logic, invariant, immaterial, and universal, this sort of concept cannot be grounded in a human's mind because we're finite. It would have to be grounded in an eternal mind. Well, that gets us a little closer to God. It would have to be grounded in an invariant mind, omnipotent, omnipresent, omnipotent, divine, It would have to be grounded in that type of mind. Now let's go ahead and see what God is the God of the Logos. Oh, that would be the Christian God, the God of rationality, the God of logic itself. Oh, we have many doctrines, many scriptures within biblical scriptures that gives an account of the type of God that we have, which is a logical God, where the logic itself will be grounded in the mind of that type of God. Now, of course, chat, this is another way to, do the transcendental argument differently than how Jay Dyer does it. But he's so dumb, I couldn't even do it the Jay Dyer way or the Jim Bob way or whatever way you want to think of, right? Any of these other debaters and Christian folks out here. He just wouldn't get it anyway. So I tried to do it the easy way so he can understand. But he still didn't get it, bro. So what I want you to do is I want you to, the gentleman that was just up, I want you to play this back and understand that you admitted that logic itself, you have no empirical evidence for, and it applies at all times and everywhere. Sort of like the Christian God applies all. Grounded omniscient mind. My freaking hands is doing all of this. That was fun though. That was fun. Even though, and nothing against you, caller that came up. I wish you well. And nothing against you at all, bro. It was actually fun. All right, let's get another caller up here. Welcome to No Fugazee Podcast, and get your name and age.
Sorry, can you hear me?
I can hear you, man.
It's Sir Farrell, 31 years old.
Okay, 31 years old. And where are you from?
I moved around, man, but I'm in Texas right now.
Fair enough. I was out there not too long ago. How are you, man? And who do you think won the debate, Jay Dyer or Marquett?
That debate was kind of, I can't really say. Nobody really gave a real answer. It just seemed like Jay Dyer just answered everything with logical fallacy, and of course Marquett wasn't even saying on the point, so can't really say. I guess I have to give it to Jay Dyer just because he actually was on point somewhat.
Fair enough. And any questions for me or anything, or you just want to give your thoughts on it?
I'd have to give my thought. I mean, I would have to say, I really do believe, like I like listening to Marquett. He usually gives really, really good points. I believe the points that he was trying to get on had Jay Dyer actually answered on it. Of course, he wasn't going to answer because the fallacies, but I think Marquett could have won.
Okay, fair enough. All right, man. Well, thank you for your perspective on that, man. Anything else?
Yeah, I also like to say, I guess the other guy, he couldn't really describe what good is and why it's not, or why he thinks that Christianity is subjective or objective. I just like the other guy and Marquett believe that Christianity is not objective at all.
Okay.
There's several different translations of it. I mean, it wasn't written by God. It was written by who knows who. That's why we have how many denominations of Christianity?
A lot. Yeah, it's different denominations of Christianity. And so you say that Christianity is not, you said it's not objective, right? You said that it's not good. So you said that it's not good and also not objective. Is that your statement or no?
I wouldn't say that Christianity is not good because it does help people to gives people. A sense
you're just saying that it's not objective.
Yeah, it's not objective.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure I understood.
It gives people a sense of morality, which is, I guess that's what I would find to be good. Something that's helps people in general, helps without hurting anyone. I mean, in the Bible.
Okay. And what's your reference point to determine that it's not objective?
Well, Christians themselves don't really know what is objective or not. You have some Christians that say that Jesus is God. Yeah, but others that say he was not God.
That doesn't mean that, okay, so for an example, there's people that do math and they say that 5 + 5 = 87. And then there's people that say 5 + 5 = 10. That doesn't mean that math itself is wrong, right?
And what is the type of person that would say that 5 + 5 = 87? Would you say that person is a mathematician?
Again, if the person said that 5 plus 5 equals 87, then that person would be wrong.
There's some people
That
fool
has
themselves.
yeah, it has
There's others that
nothing.
don't.
No, well, I'm just stating that the point that I'm making, if you can follow, is that doesn't refute the system of mathematics if people utilize math incorrectly. So if it's the case that there's Christians and they utilize Christianity incorrectly, that does not mean that Christianity is not objective or wrong. But it could be the case. You would just have to, determine that another way.
We have real life actual theologists that can agree upon what is and what is not correct inside of Christianity. We don't have to dumb it down to people that are drilling themselves versus people that have 100 IQ or above.
So again, that's not giving any good reason that justifies that Christianity isn't objective. Just be like 1 plus 1 equaling 2. That is objective, right?
Yes.
How do you know that it's objective?
So mathematics, you can get one thing, you have another thing. That's 2.
Okay. All right. So Kyle, that lives across the street from you, he says that 1 plus 1 equals 17. Does this mean that you and him have different views of utilizing the system of math? You say that yours is right. He say that his is right. But who actually is right? I would agree and say that no, 1 plus 1 does equal 2. It doesn't equal 17. But that doesn't refute. Even though Kyle got it wrong, that doesn't negate the fact that mathematics is still accurate and objectively true. Right? So I'm just trying to ask you, what system are you utilizing to determine that Christianity isn't objective instead of your own feelings?
Well, I'm not using my feelings. I'm using what actual theologists do. Of course, you can say the guy down the street, 1 plus 1 equals 87. We have actual theologists that study this thing, that are experts on the subject, and they can't agree upon it. Simple, basic things such as who is God exactly, but they're both Christians. And they're both theologists that have years and years of experience.
Okay, you and Kyle do not. You got years and years of experience.
Kyle's not a theologist.
Listen. You and Kyle have years and years of, hypothetically, because there are people that agree that.
Let's be concrete.
No. This is concrete. This is concrete. This is concrete. You are using hypotheticals as well. I'm just saying that this is concrete. Okay. Do you believe that there are people that think that 1 plus 1 does not equal 2?
Are you asking if I believe that there's people that have less than an 80 IQ? Yes.
Again, do you believe that there's people out there that believe that 2 plus 2 does not equal 2? Yes or no?
And I've answered your question.
You say yes, right? You say yes?
We've already went over
this. Did you say yes?
We've already went over this. We've already explained that there's people
Did you say yes?
Are idiots that don't know. Yes.
Did you say, okay, yes, got it. If it's the case that there's people that get math wrong, well, that's the same argument that you're making, that there's Christianity, right? And there's
people
people
that created math. Because who created Christianity? Who created all these denominations?
Okay. You do have the ability to make a distinction between math itself and then the people that do math. Can you make a distinction between Christianity and the people that act out Christianity, that say that they're Christians? Can you make that distinction? Yes or no?
Yeah, that was my argument.
Okay. So if you is there a distinction between Christianity and Christians? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, so it's pointless to say that, well, Christians, they, have different views and they don't agree, or they do bad or they do good. It's pointless to say that. It's pointless to say that there's people out there that they believe that 2 plus 2 equals 87. It's pointless. We know that. Attack mathematics, attack Christianity. So where within Christianity does it state that it's not objective? And also, if it doesn't state that in Christianity, what is your reference point that determines that Christianity isn't objective, other than people's actions of misusing Christianity like the people are misusing mathematics? It's very low IQ from you, man. It's low IQ. You can't think abstract. You can't utilize freaking different examples and analogies so we can determine what the freak is actually true or not.
You've been using the same analogy the entire
time.
Because
you don't get it, bro. You don't get it. You're out of here. You just don't get it. Like some of you, it's a spiritual problem, folks. It isn't like, imagine saying that there is a distinction between Christianity and Christians. But what Christians do determine if Christianity is objective, true, good, or bad. That's basically what he's saying. Wait. Okay, I got it. That's his argument. But why isn't it consistent? Because when we speak about mathematics, there's a system of mathematics. There's people that, do math incorrectly. But mathematics would still be true. But why in this case, when people do Christianity incorrectly, how can you say that, like, if math is objective, let's use his words, math is objective, but Christianity isn't. Well, math is objective because even if people do the math problem wrong, we still have the system that determines that they're wrong. Okay, I got it. Makes sense. Now, just use that same logic about Christianity. Christianity is objective. That's what I'm saying. And his reason is stating that, well, it isn't objective because people utilize Christianity and come up with multiple different denominations, multiple different ways to get to 1 + 1 = 2. Well, why aren't you consistent? Why don't you say that about math like you say the same thing about Christianity? That's the point. Do you get it, chat? And also, it's a genetic fallacy. It's just fallacious arguments because it's nonsensical. It's freaking a genetic fallacy. It's the same freaking fallacy that Dyer pointed out when he was talking to Marquett in the debate. The same logical fallacy. And these dorks do not understand. Like how, like it's almost crazy that they can't get it. Which is why I'm saying it has to be a spiritual problem because they're going based off of feelings. When it came to math, you wasn't going based off of feelings. But when it came to Christianity, you took away logic and you started to go based off of feelings. Now, the thing is, you can argue that Christianity is not objective. You can argue that. But you can't argue it based off of their actions. That's the point. That's a silly argument. You can't do it. Because if you could do it, then you can do the same thing with the system of mathematics. Well, people keep getting 1 + 1 = 17. Some of them get 1 + 1 = 2. Mathematics isn't objective, it's subjective because people get to two different conclusions. Use that same logic. That's the logic that you're using with Christianity. Use that logic with math. It's so dumb. Jordan says, so many of these callers come in completely unprepared, which makes them easy pickings for Cooley. Whatever you think of his conclusions, he's bloody good at cross-examining, spotting weak premises. This is facts. This is Jurin. I think Jurin is like an atheist. He doesn't even agree with Christianity. He thinks that is false. But this is Jurin up here. He's a supporter of the channel, which is no Fugazi. So I have supporters of mine that aren't Christians. Like, you don't got to be a Christian to support me. And you don't have to be a Christian for me to support you. Like, Marquett isn't a Christian, but I wish him well. I hope him the best, right? Like, some of you dudes just lack logic. You lack the ability to utilize logic. I picked him apart, bro. I peeled homie like a banana. I peeled him apart. Forget picked. I done peeled him apart. It's easy pickings out here, man. All right. If anybody else wants to come up and debate, let me know. Well, let me get to some of these super chats because I believe they're piling up. W Cooley. Yes, easy W. W Cooley. Easy W. Easy W's. More W Cooley. Easy W. Yeah, bro, I gift wrapped it for him and he still didn't get it. Someone said, no man made the sun. Oh, man. Kick Pharaoh. Yeah, I know y'all wanted him out of here. And this is what we resort to, man. Like, you got to get kicked out if you can't answer questions and if you're going to lie. Like, be good faith, bro. Be good faith. Right? Like, just be good faith. You know that what you said was inconsistent and incoherent. You just made a distinction of Christianity and Christians. So the Christians, you can't say that they're at fault for Christianity and that's why it's not objective. One, it's just a fallacy. And two, why don't you say the same thing about math? Why don't you guys say the same thing about math? And the reason why, now, you guys are probably thinking like, well, Cooley, you're using like the argument that Jay Dyer used. Exactly, I am, because it worked. And not only that, I utilize the whole math. I do these debates. I have atheists up here. I have people that don't agree with Christianity. And I use the math argument way before the Marquett and Jay Dyer debate. I've been using the mathematics argument. Been using it. But shouts out to Jay. I definitely steal many of his arguments. And I would say that Marquett said many things in the past and not about, anything about philosophy or religion, but he's a smart guy. I've taken many things that he said before. So don't think that like just because someone is wrong on like maybe you may not agree with them on like one aspect of their intelligence, that doesn't mean that they're just not intelligent. Like even with the callers that came up, they may not be able to understand logic, but trust and believe they understand it when we're talking about women. Like when I do my dating and relationship panels and I bring up a bunch of chicks, they understand, men tend to understand logic very well. And that's why I think it's a spiritual problem. Like, yeah, you understand logic when it benefits you to get some vagina, but you don't understand logic to get to the truth. All right. So are you worshiping woman? Are you a simp? You only want to be rational to get some cheeks, but you don't want to be rational to get to God. This facts though, bro, because a lot of my supporters, like I have the chicks on the podcast, I'm utilizing the same logic that I utilize with the girls. But then we go ahead and have these philosophical and religious debates. It's the same logic, right? But somehow these niggas like 1 + 1 = 2, but why? Nigga, what? All right. Super chat time. Super chat time. Appreciate everyone that supported as well. I do appreciate that. This has been almost like a 4-hour stream. Actually, a 4-hour stream now. So let me get to some of these super chats in here. Let's see. We got Dutch. Don't know how to pronounce the full name, but let's just say Dutch. Sends in $20. I appreciate the support, man. He says, what's your honest opinion? Do you full hand grip the cup or do you lift a pinky? Yo, I'm be honest. Gay. Pause, bro. Pause. That was type gay. Now, I seen some of y'all making fun of my man's Marquett saying that he sip his water with a pinky. So I believe that's what you're saying, but that's gay. I ain't even finna do it, dog. Pause. Why are you observing a man drinking water like that anyway. It don't matter if the pinky is up or down. Like, why are you observing them that much, bro? Chill. And I mean, the pinky sippers, I ain't gonna hold you. Sometimes it can be player, right? I don't know. Who knows? But I don't have an opinion on that. Issa Israel, he sends in $20. This was the guy that came up. He says, I think this was before he came up to debate or after, I'm not sure. But he says, non-Cooley, Marquett does not need epistemology to hold the position that genocide by Christianity is bad. That is true, but he would have to do an internal critique of Christianity, right? And he I think he attempted it at some point by bringing up scripture, but then he abandoned that tactic and went the pragmatic approach, right? He just abandoned bringing up scripture and stuff. But I don't think that is wrong, Issa, but he just didn't do it in the debate. And also when I had you up, you didn't do it either. You failed at it. Issa also says, Jay's position was based on bad faith, silly positions. You don't need Christianity to argue mass murder is wrong. Now, you can only do it two ways, Issa. You can do an internal critique, which is fully understanding their position of Christianity, flushing that out to then determine that genocide is bad under Christian ethics, which, yes, we would say that genocide is bad under Christian ethics. The other way you do it is arguing that it's bad under your own system of belief. The way you don't do it is taking a pragmatist approach and just looking at outcomes like you did when you was up here and you got cooked. Do you get it? It's not a good way to argue. It's a feminine way to argue. It's gay. In a debate like this, right? In a debate like this, it just don't get you nowhere. It's like, are you a feminist? What? It's weird. Gay. Homosexuals. It's just weird. Like, bro, we speaking about the idea and values and systems and beliefs of something. The actions of people, okay, that has no bearing on the idea, the system, or belief. But if it does, please do the internal critique and show that it does. And for the chat, this is just people that do not know how to debate. Think like how he thinks. Or know how to, I'm not saying know how to debate. I'm sure Issa knows how to debate, but it's like these philosophical debates, religious debates, you're not good at it. We got Sin 5 Sin. I guess this should be Cincinnati. I don't know. But Sin, let's just say. Sins in $10. He says, Jay mentioned the 10 Commandments. Though thou should not kill. Then says, why is genocide bad? He says, F out of here. Yeah, Jay wasn't saying why is genocide bad under his system of belief. It would be bad. But under his opponent's belief, what's your epistemic justification on why it's bad? And Jay has every right to do that under his time, when it's his time to cross-examine Marquett's position. Because again, if you say that something is bad and it's a debate like this, you got to come fully prepared and you have to have a sound worldview where you're able to give a reference point for the good versus the bad. So then you can judge others, other people's claims on their good and their bad. If you have no reference point of the good and bad, then, well, you're basically saying that I think it's bad because I feel like it. It's feminine.
Gay.
It's freaking gay. If you're making an argument, I feel like it's bad. I think it's bad because I feel like it. You are of this community.
They, them, energy. They, them,
You're of that community. So when you're debating, folks that come up here, Again, make better arguments, or I will cook you. Rotisserie dinner. All right, next one. Straight white male says, he sends him 5. He says, why does everyone think a debate can just be a bunch of assertions that never need to be justified?
No Fugazee.
That's a fact. Yo, so many people that came up, you're just coming up and making assertions. Women assert things. I don't like this. I feel like it's my feelings. Women make assertions without justifications. Men, we make justifications. We have justifications for our assertions. Right? Super simple. All right, next chat. We got, he knows better, Season 5 says, same problem Marquett had, both need to study philosophy. Okay. We got, one of none, Season 5 says, why are you so disingenuous? Nobody smart thinks J. Dyer won at all. And no Christianity does not breed good questions. And no Christianity does not breed good questions. Look at you coming up here and saying that I'm not smart, and your sentence doesn't even make sense. Then he says it's all idol worship. Brad, thank you for the $5, but I can do without. I'd rather you keep the $5 and stop trying to insult others while making grammar mistakes. Not even, it's worse than grammar. Like, it just didn't make any sense. Dork. It was gay. All right. We got, let's say Nast. Season 2, his answer is low tier. It's bad because it's bad. Yeah, exactly. No, it's bad because it's bad. Like what? We got a DMV Entertainment says, why did Marquett bring up Zechariah 21 verse 7 to prove the teaching of Christianity was bad or not good for people / black people? Yeah, man, I don't know. We got let me see. Get the next one up. We got Dane says, Season 5, Jade would have easily won if he'd have presented Western civilization as a product of Christianity, which gives all people the highest standard of living. Yeah, I mean that. But you can still argue that as well. So, but yeah, I see what you're saying. We got Dane again, sends him 5. He says, is anybody willing to argue against the prompt of that Cooley not smart question? Anybody question? Yeah, man, I don't think they trying to argue that. And it's open panel debate. Like, you guys could click the link, right? We got a couple people that came up, though, that had different opinions and stuff. And that was cool. Okay, he sends in another 5. One of none says, the Bible is for Israelites only. Your idol worshipers following Christianity will soon see. You like winning debates. We like truth. All right, well, come on up and please tell me what's true. Let's see. We got Informed One, sends in 5. I appreciate the support. He says, you shouldn't lose, reflect. Okay. You shouldn't lose, reflect, and then build. You should have an AI program tell you won the debate. You talking about Marquett? Yeah, man, that's what they got going on over there. I mean, no hate on it, nothing wrong with it. Sometimes it's hard, like when you're doing these philosophical debates and someone challenges you on the good versus the bad, someone challenges you on the truth versus the false, bro, it destroys people's worldviews. I've seen many worldviews destroyed because I've destroyed many worldviews. And it's hard for people to grasp that, maybe I had some good points, but maybe I could do better. So maybe I need to self-reflect. Maybe I need to, read up on philosophy a little bit more in the discipline of epistemology. Maybe I need to justify the things that I believe. That's what's going to happen in these debates. That's the name of the game, bro. So you win some, you lose one. People think Dyer lost. People think Marquett lost. However you think, man, you win some, you lose some. I done lost some, right? And I'm sure in the future I'll lose more. But I would never be in a position where I'm like, I can't self-reflect. Or I can't understand where I went wrong at. Like I debated, and Marquett even did a review on my debate with Yada. Yeah, Marquett did a review on my debate with Yada, and Marquett was like, man, Cooley lost. Like, optics-wise, he lost. Like, yeah, maybe did Cooley have some good arguments? Like, yeah, yes, but Cooley lost. And I went on his podcast, and I was like, you know what? I agree with your analysis on that. I agree that I could have done way better in that debate. And I also agree that I had better arguments and the truth was on my side. But as far as like optics and stuff like that, I think I could have done way better. As far as my ability to convince an audience that wasn't mine, I think I could have done better. I didn't really do that well. And this was about 2 years ago. So it's like, we both critique one another. So for any of the people that in there, like, oh, bro, you can't critique your friend. Like, Brody critique me all the time. I can critique him as well. That's actually being good faith and being, being a friend. Let him give a critique, man. Even if I agree or disagree, give that critique, man. That's a good thing. Like, you don't want to have yes men in your corner. Like, yes. Like, even I was talking with Dyer, I was like, and even Jim Bob, when I'm at Jim Bob, I'm like, yo, when I'm debating these atheists, you've been doing it for much longer than I have. If you come across one of my videos, yo, let me know what I'm doing wrong. Dyer, yo, if you come across one of my videos, let me know what I'm doing wrong. You know what I'm saying? I actually welcome the criticism. That's the difference between, I would say, me and a lot of people, that I actually welcome criticism. This is why I got the link pinned. I welcome criticism. I don't want you guys to agree with it. I actually like the people that be like, Cooley, you not smart, you wrong. All right. If you have good reason for it, then I know you're not gay. Gay. But if you ain't got no good reasons for it, you're gay. If it's just based off your subjective feelings, you're homosexual, bro.
They, them, energy.
All right, I think I missed a few other chats. Let me get to them. I think I did. Maybe I didn't. Oh, yeah, I did. Let me get to these. Let me get to these. We got Zigzagzilla sends in $20. He says, I don't agree with you usually, but I can support the grift.
No Fugazee.
That's what I'm talking about. That's that masculine energy I like. Niggas don't gotta agree with you, but we can support the grift, right? Only homosexuals agree with everything. Right? Gay. Do I 100% agree with Jay Dyer? No. Marquett? No. Can I still support them? For sure. Can y'all still support me and y'all don't 100% agree? For sure. But if I start talking about chicks and feminism, oh, yeah, man, Cooley, you spot on. You right. Yup, you right. Then y'all come around. All right, let's get to some others in here. We got Dana Gonzalez sending in $10, and this is a woman, by the way. And I like to point out that it's a woman because we ain't got a lot of women in the chat. It's like the audience is like 95% men, or probably more than that. She sends in 10. She says, at the end of the day, talking with people who have different ideas is a positive thing. This is true. Imagine talking to people who just agree with you or say the same thing as you. Boring. Great debate. Yeah, that is true. Thank you. I appreciate you. All right, now, woman, get in that kitchen and cook your husband some food. I know you're married. Someone said in a chat, the same way Marquett crashed out on Fresh and Fit, Cooley will be next. Yo, y'all just want beef. Nah, man. This we speak is we ain't got no bad blood. Remember what you talking about? And why would anybody have bad blood over a debate? Like that's weird anyway. That's effeminate to even think that, oh, well, you guys are cool, but you disagree about things, or, you know, maybe I wasn't happy or I was happy with the way you moderated, thus we got beef. And you guys thinking that is a little weird anyway. Like, if you think that Marquett would have beef with me, if you think that Marquett would crash out on me like he crashed out with Fresh and Fit, then you probably think that Marquett is effeminate. I don't think that. I don't see him crashing out over this. Like, I just don't see it, bro. I think that you're just wrong. Like, he's a good guy. Spin City, I see you backstage, man. Turn on your camera. Someone in the chat said, what's beef? Oh, we gotta see this one. Spin City said, I came to say Yada wife left on DV. Domestic violence. Gotta cover that. Dag, she did. Dang. Well, listen, I don't like to kick people when they're down. So I'm not that type of guy to cover that, right? Like, I don't really care about Yada. Like, me and Yada don't got no beef. Like, yeah, we had a debate. We got different points of views, but it ain't no beef. So I ain't finna kick him when he down. Yeah. Like, you know, DV charges, like, a lot of men was accused of domestic violence. We don't really know if that's true anyway, so I'm not about to take an accusation as if it's true and kick him while he's down. And even if it is true, I ain't finna kick him. Because if it is true, you down. If it's not true, you down. And even if it is true, you down. Because how society views it, they're going to look at you as like a woman beater. So either way, it's a down. So it's like, Leave that alone. That's personal stuff anyway. Personal stuff anyway. Yo, someone said, Marquett called Cooley a beta male homo today in new video. I mean, he ain't say nothing to me. He got my number. And last we spoke, he said that he was going to play into it. He was going to play into the drama. He asked me to play into it as well. I said, man, I'm a bad actor. I can't play into no drama. I can't play into what the comments are saying, bro. I got to keep it no Fugazi. I'm a horrible actor. We got Zandal says, because Marquett is not a good person, Cooley, he will use you one day. What really can you use? Can't really use nothing too much. All right. See if we got any other chats that came through. Okay, let's see. We got Gage, Texas. Oh, Gage TX says, Cooley, you missed my earlier super chat. All right, let's see if I can find it, man. So Gage TX, let's see if I can find that. And I'll read it. No worries, man. We also got, real quick, I actually missed a few other super chats. I'll get to those too. I just seen. Let me see if I can find this other guy's super chat. Dan, I missed a few super chats. All right, I got to get to some of these. But where is this Gage guy super chat at? Bro, I don't have another super chat from you, Gage. Nothing is here, bro. So, yeah, I don't know what you're talking about. Maybe you thought you sent it in, but through YouTube it's not here. Yeah. So let me get to some of these other super chats that I missed real quick. It's not going to pop up on screen, but I'll go ahead and read it. We got Putt sends in $5. He says, so I guess we are ignoring Christianity's role in the transatlantic slave trade. They definitely indulged. Shout out to the Quakers, though. No, we're not, ignoring none of those historical facts. So it would be Christians' role. There is a distinction between Christianity and Christians. So, yeah, we'll grant it and say, okay. Christians did some bad things. Now, what's your argument? Okay, I think I just found it, Gage. So, Gage, you sent in $10. You said, Jay asked, what is your system? Marquett has a system. Oh, okay. I got it. All right. So Jay asked, what is your system? Marquett has a system, which is be good to yourself, and be good to good people. What objectively grounds the word good in that system epistemically / ontologically? Yeah, you would have to ask him that. I don't know. That's just begging the question. So yeah, I like that saying, like, be good to yourself, be good to good people. Christianity would also say that take a different moral route and say that, well, it's not just only be good to good people, because there can be people that, maybe did some bad. And you don't necessarily have to be bad to those bad people. You can still be good to those bad people. So you have to elucidate the position a little further, and like that mantra, you got to like, it kind of needs more, because we need to determine like what is actually good. Because in some cases it may like benefit you to be maybe good to your enemy in a way, right? Be friends with your enemy to know, their strategy, so then you can attack. Who knows? It could be many things like that. So, yeah. But I get what you're saying. You got to ask Marquett about that. I'm not sure, man. But overall, I think I do like that. That's not bad. It's like, it's not a bad thing to say. Like, it's not a bad mantra to have, or like a saying, a phrase. Let me think. Okay, he knows better, says, brothers don't get it. Study more philosophy. Yeah, that is true. A lot of you guys got to study more. Even myself, I have to study more philosophy. I just started getting into it, right? And I'm like, not even there. Like, I was speaking with Dyer. I'm like, I'm more of self-taught. I haven't really like read a bunch of books, maybe some of them, but I'm more of like, I'll read up on something. I'll Google something to see if this makes sense. I'm more of self-taught. I'll maybe not actually read a book, but I'll do an audio book and listen to it, which is essentially still reading it. I'll do that. But yeah, I don't have a degree or anything like that. But this doesn't mean that just because you don't have a degree that you're incapable of understanding the truth or being an intelligent being. That's just untrue. Shouts out to Brian Ross. He joined the membership at the Hitman tier. That's a $10 tier. He joined that for 13 months. I appreciate you, man.
No Fugazee.
Appreciate you, Brian. Brian says in $10, he says just supporting. Appreciate that. All right, let's see if I missed any other ones. We got Wishman sending in $5. He says, what metric should be used to judge the goodness of Christianity if we cannot use the mass actions of Christianity and the church? That's a great question. So what you use is you do an internal critique. You have to critique Christianity on its basis. So you have to understand the Christian paradigm and internally critique that with pointing out maybe contradictions, where certain things are bad, certain things are good. You would have to try to do it that way. And then it gets into more of a debate where it's going to sound very similar to a Christian versus a Muslim, because that's the type of debates that they have. And those debates are very fun. I don't really do those debates though. But I can do them. I did some of them. Marquett's strategy was to take the pragmatist approach, which is much different, right? Much different. You can't really make any good arguments to determine a system of values and beliefs are bad because of groups do some bad. Because groups also do a whole lot of good, right? So then are you just measuring all of the good versus all of the bad that Christians do to determine if Christianity itself is good? Well, that would still resort down to a genetic fallacy as well. So it's just a fallacious line of arguments. So you don't bro, in a philosophical religious debate, you do not take the pragmatic approach. It won't benefit you if you're going against a good debater. Like, if the debater sucks, then of course you can take the pragmatic approach where you can make them look silly. But if it's a good debater, well, you're going to need to justify the things that you presuppose about Christianity. So I'm going to challenge the debater or the caller or whatever who's coming up on their basis of, you know, their beliefs. That's what it's going to come down to. And if a person admits that they don't have a system of belief to determine true or good, well, the debate is over. How can you make any claims because you have no reference point to say that Christianity is bad if you take the pragmatist approach? But if you take the doctrine approach, you got more of a chance of getting there. I believe that you still won't get there because I believe that it's objectively good, but it'll be more of a fruitful debate. You'll have a better chance. That's what I'm saying. Man, we didn't even get to the Lindsay Clancy freaking case. I guess I'll have to go over that maybe tomorrow or Wednesday. We didn't even get to that, man. But as far as, we got Darius sends him $5. He says, props to Marquett for having programs that teach people how to build enterprises and large businesses. He has generated 6 figures for the Saints. That's facts. Shouts out to him.
No Fugazee.
So if you're speaking business, entrepreneurship, to create things, to build some wealth, it's good to take the pragmatist approach. It's good to look at things from what's practical. But if you're doing a philosophical religious debate, kind of want to use a different strategy. Shouts out to Gio for show, sending in $5. He says, I think I read that one already. I did read that one. And I think that is all, folks. All right, chat. Appreciate everyone that was in here supporting tonight. It is open panel debate night tomorrow. So I may do open panel debate. I was up here streaming for like almost going on 5 hours now. I may or may not do open panel debate. I may or may not do an open panel debate tomorrow. We may save that for Wednesday now. Because I streamed for a little bit too long tonight, so I got some things I need to catch up on. But support the channel, man. Subscribe to the YouTube channel if you didn't already. Click the bell icon so you're notified of when I go live next. This podcast is No Fugazi. Appreciate all of you that's been supporting tonight. And peace. I'm out.
No Fugazee.